How are you? How's everything? Good. I heard you in the next room. I was gonna stop by, but I know you're. Sorry, I hope I wasn't. No. I was on the phone, then off the phone, and waiting for a call. I'm ready to use both. Okay, you got it. I wasn't ready. You know how it works. We have 4, 5, 6, 7. Are you ready to rock? Okay. Gail, I'm going to get started. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dan Gorodnick, Chair of the City Planning Commission and Director of the Department of City Planning. Welcome to today's review session of the City Planning Commission. We are joined today by Vice Chair Knuckles, Commissioners Benjamin, Cerullo, Gold remotely, Osorio remotely, Kermani, Marin, and Rampersad here in the room. Thank you all. Before we jump right into the agenda today, I want to quickly note that New York City 520, our annual celebration of New York City's 520 miles of waterfront, is well underway. DCP has already led industrial-themed tours of Hunts Point, Flushing Creek, and Old Place Creek. Today, we have been visiting the Ravenswood Generating Station. And tomorrow, on May 20th itself, New York City 520 culminates at the West 59th Street Marine Transfer Station. Our thanks to the many New Yorkers who have signed up to join us along the way, and you can find more details about this at waterfrontplan.nyc. I also want to shout out some special guests that we have today, the students from City Semester at the Fieldston School. Hello to you all. Welcome. They've joined us. And they are here to see the City Planning Commission's work up close in person. We are really happy you're here. They've been studying a variety of subjects that have been pertinent to our work and doing a great job at it. I've had a chance to chat with all of them, and we're really excited to have you all here. Now, let's get to today's agenda. First up is a proposal by the New York City Parks Department and Citywide Administrative Services that would allow the agencies to potentially purchase a selection of vacant and underbuilt privately owned sites in Brooklyn and Queens for future development as parks. Focusing on underserved neighborhoods in Brooklyn Community District 5 and Queens Community District 3, this proposal is first part of an ongoing city effort to close the so-called walk to a park gap to ensure that more New Yorkers live close to public parks. This initiative was highlighted in the Get Stuff Built report as a way to speed up the creation of open space for New Yorkers, and we're very happy to be taking a step forward with our agency partners today. Heading to the Bronx, we're going to learn about a proposal led by the New York City Economic Development Corporation to adaptively reuse the Kingsbridge Armory, create new public space around it, and to construct an adjacent apartment building with income-restricted affordable housing. Constructed between the early 20th century, it was constructed in the early 20th century and was designated a New York City landmark in 1974. The Kingsbridge Armory has remained underutilized for many years. Designed to bring new economic opportunities and jobs to the Bronx, this proposal would preserve the Armory's historic exterior while reactivating its interior with a new 17,000-person indoor arena. In addition, the reimagined Armory would include hundreds of thousands of square feet for entertainment, commercial, and light manufacturing uses, along with community facilities. And alongside the Armory, the new 16-story apartment building would provide approximately 500 income-restricted affordable homes steps away from the 4 train at Kingsbridge Road. After learning about the proposal, we will turn to an application to demap a portion of St. Raymond Avenue between Blondell Avenue and Waters Avenue in the Bronx. The proposed action would allow for future lot consolidation and redevelopment. Most of the street that's proposed to be demapped does not actually exist in practice. It is occupied almost entirely by the Westchester MTA rail yard. Heading to East Harlem, we'll then learn about an MTA proposal to transform a vacant lot at the corner of 125th Street and Lexington Avenue into a mixed-use building with roughly 680 homes above the future terminus of the 2nd Avenue subway. Following the Midtown South mixed-use plan, this is the second land use application that will enter public review that would use the new high-density zoning districts that we enabled in our City of Yes for Housing Opportunity initiative. It is also the first such application from a non-city applicant, an existing, the MTA obviously is an exciting moment and a site that has real opportunity. Created after the repeal of the state's FAR cap, these higher density districts, that is more than 12 FAR, require mandatory inclusionary housing and promise to be powerful tools to address the city's housing shortage. The final new item on our agenda is a proposed special permit modification at 383 Madison Avenue in East Midtown. The proposal calls for replacing enclosed pedestrian spaces along East 47th Street and Vanderbilt Avenue with open spaces contiguous with the sidewalk. Additional proposed changes include adjustments to the building's ground floor facade and a new Madison Avenue lobby entrances. There are various recusals today. We will note those at the time. We'll also review the City Council's recent approval with modifications to the Atlantic Avenue mixed-use plan, which would update zoning alongside this central Brooklyn corridor to enable thousands of homes and jobs alongside investments to deliver enhanced public space and safer pedestrian-friendly streets. I want to thank the Speaker of the City Council, Adrienne Adams, Chairs Salamanca and Riley, and especially Council Members Hudson and Osei for their support and thoughtful consideration of this plan. This moment has truly been years in the making, and the plan is nearly across the finish line. Very exciting. Lastly, we have post-hearing reviews for a number of projects, including the Bally's Ferry Point map amendment and the Midtown South mixed-use plan, or MSMX. This plan would update zoning to enable thousands of homes and encourage vibrant mixed-use neighborhoods in areas of Midtown where housing is largely forbidden to be added today. So, shaping up to be a rather busy afternoon. Madam Secretary, I'm going to turn it over to you. Let's get right into it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the City Planning Commission Review Session for Monday, May 19th, 2025. The time is 1:08 p.m. and a quorum is present. The first and second items on our agenda are certifications of site selection and acquisitions in Brooklyn Community District 5 and Queens Community District 3. Also noting for items 1 and 2, there was a memo in your materials. Our presenters are Joy Kim, Lin Sue Robinson, and Tao Chen.
Great. Thank you very much. All right, Joy, how you doing?
Hello? Okay, great. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Today we present two applications by the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation and the New York City Department of Citywide Administrative Services for acquisition and site selection of multiple privately owned sites for future potential park developments in Brooklyn Community District 5 and Queens Community District 3. These are the first in a series of applications that DPR and DCAS plan to bring to the City Planning Commission for acquisition authority of potential park sites in underserved neighborhoods lacking in open space. We will first introduce the concept of a walk to a park and a batch acquisition approach resulting from several years of coordination between DPR and DCP. Then we will present a universe of sites that DPR has identified as potential future park sites that would work towards the city's goal of increasing the number of New Yorkers who live within a walk to a park. A walk to a park is generally defined as a half-mile walking distance to entrances of parks over 6 acres and a quarter-mile walking distance to entrances of parks under 6 acres. As of December 2024, 84% of New York City residents lived within a walk to a park. However, this means that 16%, or approximately 1.4 million residents, do not, meaning they live in a walk-to-a-park gap area. DPR aims to close such gap areas and promote more equitable access to open space citywide. However, it is challenging for DPR to compete in the private real estate market for potential sites if they must complete an individual ULURP application. If they must complete an individual ULURP application after they identify a site for acquisition, but before being able to negotiate its purchase. By seeking acquisition authority for a universe of sites that meet certain criteria within geographically defined areas, DPR will have already obtained acquisition authority for sites when they become available for sale, thereby saving time and resources. Giving DPR more options of sites means they have a higher chance of actually purchasing one, as not all sites will become available for sale or be pursued for acquisition. In choosing which community districts would most benefit from this batch acquisition approach, DPR first identified districts with more than 15,000 residents per square mile living further than a walk to a park. Then, DPR selected districts that either had an open space ratio, which is the acreage of public open space per 1,000 residents, that is lower than the citywide median of 1.3, or had a poverty rate above the citywide average of 17.9%. While 19 community districts met these criteria, DPR is first moving forward with applications for Brooklyn CD5 and Queens CD3. Before introducing DPR's criteria for selecting the sites for which they are seeking acquisition authority, I again note that DPR would not necessarily acquire all such sites. However, if one became available for sale in the future, DPR will already have the acquisition authority to be able to negotiate its potential purchase. Furthermore, sites are selected based on whether they meet these criteria today, and thus new sites cannot be added without a new ULURP approval. Sites must also continue to meet either the primary or secondary criteria at the time of acquisition. The criteria for DPR's selection of primary sites are: first, the site must be privately owned and vacant. Second, the lot or assemblage of lots must be at least 5,000 square feet, which is the minimum size adequate for development of recreational space. Third, there is no active DOB permit for the site's development. And fourth, DPR deemed the site suitable for park development through site visit inspections. Due to the scarcity of primary sites available for sale and suitable for park development, DPR also established criteria to identify secondary sites that are not vacant but are significantly underbuilt under current zoning, which may indicate potential for redevelopment or likelihood to become available for sale. First, the site must be privately owned and currently used for commercial, office, industrial, manufacturing, transportation, utility, public facility, or open space. Note, sites currently that have residential uses are excluded from consideration. The second criterion is that the site is currently built to 50% or less of its maximum allowable FAR based on its current zoning designation. And the remaining criteria are the same as the criteria for choosing primary sites: that the lot is at least 5,000 square feet, that there's no active DOB permit, and that DPR deemed the site suitable for park development. Certain sites met the criteria for primary or secondary sites, but were still removed from consideration for various reasons, such as having other proposed uses like housing development or capital projects, having existing uses that would make park development infeasible, having landmarked or historic buildings, or requiring demolition of structures on multiple tax lots. DPR has also developed 3 illustrative design and programming options for how a future park site might be used based on its size. Each proposed site is assigned a design option to illustrate how it might be developed if acquired. At the time of acquisition, specific uses will later be determined in response to community input. The first design option is for sites between 5,000 and 10,000 square feet. Active features on these smaller sites could include small playground equipment, fitness equipment, or spray showers. Passive features could include new trees, plantings, and seating. An example of this design option is shown here at Lieutenant Frank McConnell Park in Richmond Hill, Queens. The second design option is for sites between 10,000 and 25,000 square feet. Active features on these mid-sized sites could include larger playground equipment, play panels, basketball courts, or splash pads. Passive features could include open lawn space, light fixtures, new plantings, various types of seating and tables, drinking fountains, and more. An example of this design option is shown here at Dodger Playground in Crown Heights, Brooklyn. The third design option is for sites over 25,000 square feet. These large sites can accommodate the widest range of passive and active features. In addition to the features previously listed, active features here could include various types of courts and play areas for different age groups. Passive features could additionally include game tables, feeding steps, rain gardens for street water capture, bike racks, restrooms, and more. An example of this design option is shown here at Jamaica Playground in Queens. Pursuant to DPR's usual processes when acquiring a site, they will notify the council member and community board of their intention to acquire a site and must submit a capital budget proposal to the Office of Management and Budget, the comptroller, and the borough president. As part of the site selection action, DPR will provide more detailed descriptions about the proposed use, types of park activities, and amenities in the required Fair Share Article 9 letter. After a site is acquired, DPR's process includes in-depth site studies, a community input meeting with stakeholders, including the community board, elected officials, neighborhood groups, and members of the public to determine priorities and park elements, which all inform the conceptual design. A further developed schematic design will be shown to the community board and either the Landmarks Preservation Commission or the Public Design Commission, and permitting and construction processes from various agencies to ensure compliance. The acquisition authority for these sites would sunset after the Walk to a Park gap is closed in that community district or after 10 years of approval, whichever is sooner. After the 10 years have lapsed, DPR would have the option to submit a new ULURP application to renew its acquisition authority if there is still a demonstrated need in that community district. The selection criteria were used by DPR to identify specific sites for which they are seeking acquisition approval. We will now present the sites that resulted from applying the criteria to Brooklyn Community District 5 and Queens Community District 3. If the Commission has questions about the appropriateness of any individual site, DPR, in their expertise, will be able to best explain why they determined that site could be appropriate for a future park. To reiterate, having the acquisition authority for these sites allows parks to consider buying one of them in the future while increasing the possibility that they will actually be able to acquire it if it becomes available. DPR would not necessarily acquire every site presented here today. I now hand it off to Lindsay Robinson to present the sites that meet the criteria in Brooklyn CD 5.
Thank you, Joy. The proposed park expansion in Brooklyn Community District 5, also known as CD5, includes the neighborhoods of Cypress Hills, City Line, and East New York, which fall within City Council Districts 37, represented by Sandy Nurse, and 42, represented by Chris Banks. CD5 has grown significantly, rising 15% over 2 decades to more than 200,000 residents, and is now one of the densest districts in the borough with over 51,000 people per square mile. While its open space ratio is slightly above the city average at 3.15 acres per 1,000 residents, nearly 28,000 people still lack walkable access to a park. Coupled with a poverty rate of 28%, well above city and borough averages, this highlights the needed investment in new parkland to serve a growing underserved community. In CD5, we'll review the primary and secondary sites that meet the criteria for the proposed park expansion. You can follow along using the site list in your briefing packages. We'll start with primary sites that are vacant lots located around Pennsylvania and Cedar Avenues, Atlantic Avenue, and Fountain and New Lots Avenues that align with underserved areas lacking access to parks. We will walk you through each site, highlighting the designated lots for each block. Site 1 is located on Hinsdale Street along with Sutter and Seneca Avenues, which includes a total of 10 lots totaling 31,680 square feet. The 3 lots facing Hinsdale Street total nearly 12,000 square feet. Zoned M14, they sit in a mostly industrial area and are currently overgrown and underused. Design option 3 is proposed for this location. The 4 lots fronting Sutter Avenue total 12,720 square feet, zoned M14. The site is in an industrial area with some residential development nearby and is situated adjacent to Sutter Avenue Transit Station. Currently overgrown and enclosed by fencing, the site is visibly underutilized. Design option 3 is proposed for this location. The last 2 vacant lots facing Seneca Avenue total 6,960 square feet and zona M14. These lots lie within an industrial corridor characterized by warehouses, service businesses, and limited pedestrian activity. The lots are currently fenced off and show signs of neglect. Design option 3 has been proposed for this location. Site 2 is 11,400 square feet at 350 Sheffield Avenue, zone R6 with a C23 commercial overlay, and sits directly across from NYCHA Housing. Design option 2 is proposed for this location. Located at 2863 Atlantic Avenue, Site 3 is a 5,095 square foot lot at Atlantic Avenue and Barbie Street, zone RAA with a C24 commercial overlay, as mentioned in the previous slide, and sits within a mixed-use corridor of residential buildings and ground floor retail. Design option 2 is proposed for this location. Design option 1. Located at the corner of New Lots Avenue and Berrymont Street, Site 4 is 8,035 square foot lot, currently zoned R5. The site is a triangular and heavily shaded by mature trees, but is visibly underutilized and surrounded by a mix of residential and commercial uses. Design option 1 is proposed for this location. Site 5 has 6 lots totaling 12,225 square feet located along Atkins Avenue and currently zoned R5. The site spans multiple vacant lots at the corner of Linden Boulevard, bordered by fencing and surrounded by residential buildings, parking lots, and local traffic. Design option 2 is proposed for this location. Site 6 is 4 lots totaling 7,840 square feet located along Fountain Avenue, currently zoned R5. Positioned near a residential area with nearby bike infrastructure, the site is fenced off and overgrown with limited current use. Design option 1 is proposed for this location. Site 7 is a large 57,000 square foot lot located along Loring Avenue and is currently zoned as C41. Bordered by Eldred Lane and Forbell Street, the site sits at a highly visible corner near residential buildings and Linden Boulevard, a major commercial corridor. It is currently fenced off and underutilized. Design option 2 is proposed for this location. Now moving on to the secondary sites. In CD5, we've also identified 3 secondary sites that are non-vacant and underbuilt lots located near Pennsylvania, Liberty, and Atlantic Avenues, Fulton Street, and Linden Boulevard that meet the criteria for the proposed park expansion and underserved areas lacking access to parks. Starting with Site 1 of the secondary sites, it is a 19,515 square foot lot located at 2591 Atlantic Avenue, currently zoned a C41, positioned along a major commercial corridor that the site is currently occupied by a car wash and lube center with high visibility. Design option 2 is proposed for this location. Site 2 is an 18,960 square foot lot located at 2660 Atlantic Avenue and currently zoned a C44. Positioned along a commercial corridor, the site is currently developed with a health facility and bank branch. Design option 2 is proposed for this location. Site 3 is 5,570 square foot lot located at 186 Vermont Avenue and is currently zoned an R6B. The property is developed with a low-rise auto repair shop and is situated mid-block between Atlantic Avenue and New Jersey Avenue in a residential context. Design option 1 is proposed for this location. Site 4 is a 23,270 square foot lot located at 2686 Atlantic Avenue, currently zoned a C44D. It sits on the same block as Site 2, Lot 25. Site 4 is currently occupied by an auto repair shop and lies near a commercial corridor with mixed land uses. Design option 2 is proposed for this location. Moving on to Site 5, it is a 10,050 square foot lot located at 577 Liberty Avenue, currently zoned at M114 R6A. The site is used as a scrapyard and is prominently at the corner of Liberty and Miller Avenues with the mixed-use zoning district that supports both industrial and residential uses. Design option 2 is proposed for this location. Site 6 is a 5,650 square foot lot located at 140 Pennsylvania Avenue, currently zoned to R7A with a C24 commercial overlay. Positioned near the intersection of Pennsylvania and Liberty Avenues, the site sits within a busy commercial and residential corridor and is currently underutilized. Design option 1 is proposed for this location. Site 7 is a 35,090 square foot lot located at 2800 Atlantic Avenue. The site is zoned to R6B and R8A with a C24 commercial overlay. The McDonald's parking lot that spans a large footprint along Hendrick Street is surrounded by a mix of residential, commercial, and light industrial uses. Design option 3 is proposed for this location. Site 8 is a 1,500 square foot lot located at 523 Liberty Avenue, currently zoned M14 and R6A. Positioned at the corner of Liberty Avenue and Hendrick Street, the lot is underutilized and sits within a mixed-use corridor that includes small commercial buildings, an auto-related service, and emerging residential development. Design option 2 is proposed for this location. Site 9 is a 7,670 square foot lot located at 322 Barbie Street and is currently zoned R5B. This site is used for outdoor storage and materials handling, and industrial operations is active on the site. Design option 1 is proposed for this location. On the same block, Site 10 is an 8,420 square foot lot located at 920 Jamaica Avenue, currently zoned M11. The lot sits at the corner of Jamaica and Lincoln Avenues beneath the elevated train tracks and is enclosed by a high metal fence. Though industrial in character, the site is adjacent to residential blocks and transit. Design option 1 is proposed for this location. Site 11 is 22,280 square foot lot located at 21 Autumn Avenue, currently zoned at M11 and adjacent to Site 10, Lot 14. The site is actively used for vehicle and equipment storage and is enclosed by barbed wire fences and reflecting the industrial nature of the area. Design option 2 is proposed for this location. One block east, there is Site 12, which is 9,740 square foot lot located at 29 Lincoln Avenue, currently zoned at R5. The lot is fenced and used for outdoor storage, located mid-block on a street that includes both industrial and residential uses. Design option 1 is proposed for this location. Site 13 is 10,500 square foot lot located at 500 Ridgewood Avenue, currently zoned at R5. The site is developed with a church structure and associated parking lot situated between Autumn and Lincoln Avenues in a primarily residential context. Design option 2 is proposed for this location. Site 14 is a 25,880 square foot lot located at 3471 Fulton Street, currently zoned an R5 with a C22 commercial overlay. The site spans a significant portion of the block and is currently used for commercial parking. It fronts Fulton Street, a major corridor lined with retail and residential buildings, and is accessible from Grant Avenue and Eldridge Street. Design option 3 is proposed for this location. As we near to the end of the Brooklyn section, Site 15 is a 10,095 square foot lot located at 3374 Fulton Street, currently zoned at R5 with a C12 commercial overlay. Situated on a prominent corner at Fulton and Hemlock Streets, the property is developed with a one-story commercial building that includes banking uses and surrounded by residential buildings. Design option 2 is proposed for this location. Lastly, Site 16 is an 8,430 square foot lot located at 1091 Loring Avenue, currently zone M11. The property is developed with a one-story commercial building occupied by Dunkin' Donuts, surrounded by a surface parking lot. This location sits at the intersection of Loring Avenue and Linden Boulevard, a mixed residential and commercial corridor. Design option 1 is proposed for this location. This wraps up the proposed expansion in Brooklyn Community District 5, and I will now pass it to my colleague Tao Chen to cover Queens.
Thank you, Lin-Sue. Now moving on to, Queens Community District 3. The proposed park expansion in Queens Community District 3 includes the neighborhoods of East Elmhurst, Jackson Heights, and North Corona, which fall within City Council Districts 21, represented by Francisco Moya, 22, represented by Tiffany Caban, and 25, represented by Shekhar Krishnan. Queens CD3 is one of the densest community districts in Queens, with a population density of around 71,000 persons per square mile, more than triple that of Queens overall, and this population is growing with a population increase of 5% compared to 2000. Open space access in CD3 is extremely low at only 0.91 acres of open space per 1,000 residents, compared to the average of 3.37 acres across Queens. It has a high poverty rate at 22.3% and a significant park access gap, with over 70% of residents beyond walk-to-park distance. For Queens Community District 3, we have 5 primary sites, which we can roughly group into 3 clusters. In East Elmhurst near LaGuardia Airport, another to the east in North Corona, and one site in Jackson Heights. Now we'll walk you through each site. Site 1 is located along 97th Street and lies a few lots north of 23rd Avenue, totaling just over 10,000 square feet. The lot is currently vacant and used as parking, and the lot to the west is a large car rental serving LaGuardia Airport. Site 2 is a lot facing 89th Street, totaling nearly 7,000 square feet. Zone R32, it is currently an empty lot, also next to a car rental serving LaGuardia Airport to the north. There is also a mosque in the lot to the south. Sandwiched between 112th Street and 111th Street, Site 3's 2 lots have a total area of just over 8,000 square feet. PS 143 Louis Armstrong is also across the street. Hinton Park is a block further between 113th and 114th Street, as you can see in the satellite image. Site 4 comprises of 2 lots along Roosevelt Avenue and the 7 train between 104th and 108th Streets. This part of Roosevelt Avenue is dominated by residential units. There are no parks nearby on this side of Roosevelt Avenue, though there is the Park of the Americas to the south. Site 5 is bound by 34th Avenue to the south, 81st Street to the west, and 82nd Street to the east. It is currently occupied by the St. Mark's Episcopal Church, who has expressed an interest in subdividing the lot and selling the resulting lot with the vacant portion to the Parks Department. 34th Avenue is currently partly pedestrianized with numerous schools and mid-density residential buildings nearby. In Queens Community District 3, we have 16 secondary sites dotted across the neighborhood, including areas near LaGuardia, Astoria Boulevard, 2 clusters along Northern Boulevard, in Jackson Heights, and along 37th Avenue. Starting with Site 1 of the secondary sites, it is a lot of over 90,000 square feet bound by 90th and 92nd Streets and 23rd Avenue to the south. It is currently a parking lot with a drive-through fast food restaurant on its southwest corner. Site 2 is also a large site at over 232,000 square feet, currently occupied by a car rental company. It is directly north of primary Site 2, which was introduced earlier. Site 3 is a 15,000 square feet lot just off of Astoria Boulevard, bound by 25th Avenue to the south and 90th Place to the west. It is currently a small car rental agency surrounded by residential buildings. Site 4 is just over 20,000 square feet, Site 4 is just over 20,000 square feet sandwiched between 70th and 71st Streets and is currently occupied by a bank and its parking lot, with significant medium-density residential buildings across the street to the west. Site 5 is just over 20,000 square feet and is diagonally across the street from Site 4. It is sandwiched between 69th and 70th Streets. and is currently a fast food restaurant and its parking lot, with low-density residential neighborhoods to the south. Site 6 is just over 10,000 square feet and is across the street from sites 4 and 5, bound by 70th Street to the west. It is currently an auto shop. Site 7 is just over 10,000 square feet and sits right next to Site 6 and across from Site 4. It is currently a fast food restaurant and its parking lot. Site 8 is currently a clothing store on a lot of just over 8,000 square feet in Jackson Heights. Site 9 is a lot of over 16,000 square feet that is currently a gas station along Astoria Boulevard bound by 89th Street to the west and a small park called One Room Schoolhouse Park to the east. Site 10 is a 21,000 square feet lot that lies 2 blocks to the east of Site 9 between 91st and 92nd Streets and is currently occupied by a fast food restaurant, its drive-through, and parking lot. Site 11 is a 11,600 square feet lot just across the street from Site 10 and is currently a gas station, bound by 92nd Street to the west and Astoria Boulevard to the north. Site 12 is a lot just under 21,000 square feet just across the street from Site 11, sandwiched between 93rd and 94th Streets, and is currently occupied by a pharmacy and its parking lot. Site 13 is currently a supermarket on a lot just under 21,000 square feet with large numbers of medium density housing all around it. Site 14 is currently an auto repair shop with a parking lot to the north on a 9,000 square foot lot. Site 15 is a corner lot currently occupied by a laundromat on a lot just over 6,000 square feet with mixed-use low to mid-density buildings around it. And last but not least, Site 16 is currently an auto repair shop on a lot of just over 5,000 square feet. So in conclusion, the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation and the Department of Citywide Administrative Services have submitted applications, one in Brooklyn CD5 and one in Queens CD3 for acquisition and site selection of multiple privately owned properties for potential future park developments in order to close the walk to a park gap in these neighborhoods. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. There are questions from a number of folks here, but I'm going to start. So we appreciate the presentation and the opportunity to give parks a little bit more leverage in the process and to not have them scramble when they need to do an acquisition, I think is very useful. I think that my questions really relate to the extent, the scale that is primary versus secondary, the precise dynamics that we're introducing here, which of course are new. But just to clear up one point up off the bat, the impression that might be left from all of the sites that were just presented is that the Parks Department intends to create a lot of parks in these particular two districts. But that is not actually necessarily the case, correct? What should one who is watching this and hearing about all of these opportunities actually perceive when they see this?
Thank you for that question, Chair. Yes, it's correct that parks will not even necessarily pursue acquisition of all of these sites. It is the purpose of this approval, this proposed approval, would be to approve a set universe of sites that result from meeting the criteria that Parks has established, and that would therefore give them the option to, in the next 10 years, more seriously explore acquisition of any of these sites should it become available, should the owner be willing to sell, should Parks be able to even, meet successfully complete negotiations. There are a number of factors of why such an acquisition might fall through, or why DPR may not pursue acquisition of a particular site.
Do we know now how many sites the Parks Department actually would like to acquire in these two community districts?
I don't believe we have a precise number. Perhaps Parks could speak more specifically about that, but their goal would be to develop enough parks to close the walk to a park gap that I explained earlier in the presentation.
And that would be definitionally a subset of the ones that were presented, but we don't know how much of a subset here. So we can pose that question to them. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. But it's still a lot of sites. And, we have primary sites and we have secondary sites, and those are pretty different as presented. The primary sites feel intuitive as potential opportunities for a park, whereas the secondary sites, where they have either churches or gas stations or whatever on them, feel less intuitive. Why in this process did, when developing this program, we, parks, DCAS, not stop at the primary sites and instead go further to include secondary sites in the mix?
So, when we started with just the primary sites, that was a fairly limited universe in terms of available vacant sites that would meet all the criteria for primary sites and be suitable for park development. And so the purpose of the secondary criteria is to give DPR the option to potentially pursue some of those underbuilt sites in the future. There may be many reasons why they end up not pursuing acquisition of any of the sites, but specifically secondary sites, because of either due to the cost, it would be to demolish, remediate a site that's not currently vacant. But having the secondary sites is meant to increase the possibility and the opportunity for DPR to make such considerations in the future.
Okay, and last question from me. You noted the Parks Department's expertise in choosing park sites, and I certainly want to recognize that here. Obviously, they're well equipped to determine what site may or may not actually be suitable for a park in either of the three iterations that were presented as options. But does the department have any guidance for the commission as to how we should be thinking about that, and what level of deference to offer the Parks Department in this context? Because we're looking at a lot of sites. We just saw 20 plus, scattered across two community boards. What level of deference we should be affording parks in this context, and and how to think about that?
So perhaps one way to think about this would be for the commission to focus more on the criteria established that resulted in the sites that were presented today, and to, assess the methodology established here from a land use perspective. Again, when it comes to the individual sites and, why DPR chose to not take out certain sites, why they believe that they generally may be appropriate for potential park use later, would be a better question for that department at the time of the public hearing.
Okay, we will definitely pose it to them. Let me start with Vice Chair Knuckles, and I'll go to Commissioner Benjamin.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I certainly think this is a worthwhile pursuit, so my questions don't go to the viability of the idea at all. But it was in Brooklyn that I saw two sites, one of which was, I believe, RA totally, and then one of which had a partial RA zoning parcel or parcels within it. And then a third site was, I believe, about 57,000 square feet. I believe it was a C4 or something. I'm just wondering, notwithstanding, what we're trying to do here, why wouldn't those sites be seen as primary housing sites? I mean, at a time where the city is, taking its city-owned properties like Gold Street, and, they plan to transform that into a housing site. Why would we not look at an R8 site as primarily a housing site to be acquired?
Sure. So one thing we will note is that the list of sites was consulted with HPD, the School Construction Authority, DEP, and so sites that have known housing developments, known capital projects for DEP, like for pump sites, et cetera, sites that could be, used for school development were taken out. I know your question was particularly about housing, but I think there was a larger approach taken here to consult with other agencies and to ensure that, that try to minimize the conflict with current plans that are out there. Any of the primary sites could become housing developments. The owner could choose to sell to a developer that develops it into housing, but the fact that this site might remain vacant and that it could potentially be a park, if not sold to a housing developer or developed into housing or something like that, is the reason that it's still in a primary site. I don't know if that answers your question.
No, I would just think that it would be, it would have a priority, given the zoning, pre-existing zoning in the case of the R8s, certainly. And with regard to the 57,000 square feet, certainly a potential for a mixed-use development of some kind, so. I'm good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Commissioner Benjamin.
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation and the materials. I have a series of questions. The first is, this is an unrestricted disposition, is it not? The request? No restrictions on the acquisition, other than it be for a park.
It would have to be for park use. I'm not sure sorry, could you clarify what you mean by restrictions?
Yeah, for instance, could the city use their powers of eminent domain to acquire the site under this proposal? Yes? No? No, sorry,
looking to our general counsel.
Hi, Susan.
I don't,
Yeah, I mean, there's no limit on how the city can acquire it.
Right.
There's no intent to actually use eminent domain, which...
But they could.
Well, I mean, the whole idea of trying to get acquisition authority ahead of time isn't really an eminent domain type of issue, because if you have eminent domain intent to use it, that's not going to... You don't have the same issues in terms of getting approval and then negotiating and losing property. So the whole structure here is really designed for voluntary, sale and acquisition, because it's just eminent domain. You get the property and then you worry about the payment, as opposed to here where that's not how it works.
Right. I do understand how
precluded.
eminent domain works. I'm
Right.
just
It's
wanting,
not, yeah, sorry.
particularly because of the secondary sites that have active businesses on them. Whether this will be like a Damocles sword over their heads, that this site has been chosen for the city, by the city, for a site selection,
Right.
and lead to disinvestment because of that.
Well, it is chosen for the city as a site selection where, I mean, as our understanding, and Parks can confirm this when they're here, that, for the purpose of enabling Parks to reach out to property owners and to see if they're interested and to try and negotiate something. So, and if they're not interested, essentially to go away and move to move to another property. But Parks should definitely clarify their intent, because it is our absolute understanding that this is not about Parks using eminent domain. I don't think that's typically what they do, and this structure here is designed, as I said, to deal with the issues that come up when Parks is trying to enter into negotiations with property owners, as opposed to take property. And I'm trying to remember when I've heard of parks using eminent domain, and I can't think of anything, but they would be better able to.
They have, and they certainly have in Queens on the North Shore. But it's a concern for me both what we're actually approving, that any of these sites could be.
Right.
Because a number of these sites, particularly the ones that have active businesses on them, I'm not inclined to think that we want to put that kind of sword, potentially, over development of these, further development of these sites. And I know in some of the cases, the case of the bank on Atlantic Avenue, that the community pressed for 9 years for a bank.
Right.
And they finally got one, and it's a great bank, and it's in a good location. And seeing it on that list seems counterintuitive.
Okay.
I mean, additionally, because the department and what the vice chair was talking about is that we've been working on this whole plan for the Atlantic Avenue corridor,
right,
from East New York all the way to Amop. And I'm not sure how the two sites on Atlantic Avenue fit in with that plan when one of them is an R and could be housing that we. But I guess the bottom line is that this does not preclude the use of eminent domain.
So let us flag this issue for parks.
Okay.
And make sure they understand the issue, which I think they will, and they'll be prepared to address it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You have more questions? Can I just piggyback on that one for 1 second? Is there anything that would prevent parks from using eminent? Put this entire program aside, everything we've discussed today. Is there anything that, I mean, recognizing that it's not a common use for the Parks Department to use eminent domain, is there anything that would prevent the city or Parks Department from using eminent domain on any of these sites if they wanted to, with or without this? Or must you have acquisition authority in order to exercise eminent domain? I'm sorry, Commissioner, I just wanted a clarification on that.
That's a good question. I think you need acquisition authority, but in order to even go and say, I want to acquire something by eminent domain, but
okay, all right, well, we'll come back to it. Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
And then my second is a planning issue. The areas that you've outlined tend to be areas with 1 and 2 family homes that have backyards. So the question really is, how do you consider in your analysis private open space versus public open space? If everybody in that quarter mile has a backyard and they're all happy with it, how do you consider that in saying these are areas that are under open spaced?
I think that's another question I'll flag for parks, because they can better speak to the nuances of the open space ratio methodology and how private open space, whether it factors into the open space ratio. I don't believe it does, but I would want parks to confirm that, and also whether there's been like in community district needs statements or anything like that, a demonstrated desire for more public open space in the selected community districts.
Okay, thank you. I have other questions, but I'll wait to another round.
Okay, you got it. Thank you, Commissioner. Let me go to Commissioner Rampersad.
Thank you for the presentation. Some of the questions I was thinking about were asked, but I have a couple of questions I would like to ask. And one of them is, if Parks is to select a site, if you could just walk me through the agreement, how would this work? For example, the underdeveloped site like the CVS, they have probably a C of O that has parking on it. How much time would they give that site time to change their CO to subdivide their lot? Is there like a timetable put in? Has that been thought about or structured with parks in terms of?
I think there was one site that was a church, and I think the presentation explicitly said that the lot would be subdivided, and that's partly because that owner has expressed explicit interest in selling and subdividing the lot and giving the vacant lot or selling the vacant lot to Parks, negotiating. I think, in terms of your question about timing, the acquisition approval is needed for Parks to even, approach CVS. If CVS put up that site for sale, the acquisition approval would even be needed for the city to approach the owner. And so I think, they can maybe speak more to the specific timeline of how that usually works out, but I think it's intended to work like a typical, real estate transaction.
The other reason I bring it up is sometimes you have a site like that, it may take 7, 8 months, 9 months for it to actually come to a close and get a CO and subdivide these properties. So I just wanted to see if they thought about that. The other question I had is, with the capital budget, years ago when I ran my community board, we had parks that were in our district, and Richmond Hill used one of them actually as an example. We waited years for parks to actually do upgrades to it. Sometimes it was not in the budget and it kept getting pushed along. When sites are selected, how does that work into play here with this? In terms of if they select a site that's vacant, where does that go in the chain of getting done? Is it, can you just walk me through the funding, how that's distributed?
That's a good question. I'm not sure how OMB works with Parks to assess priorities in the budget and whatnot. Of course, the capital budget request does have to be made at the time that they're acquiring the site, but I think Parks can speak more specifically about those dynamics.
One last one. I know you said sites that don't have any DOB permits, but how about if they have violations on there? In terms of ECB, open DOB, will they consider those sites as well?
I am not sure how DOB violations factored into the criteria. The active DOB permit criterion is merely to rule out sites where there's active development, active construction, but I'm not sure how whether or how the violations were factored into that.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add to that? I think if a site is vacant but it has violations, then it would still be something that Parks would be interested in acquiring if it meets the criteria, the other criteria. And then how you would deal with the violations, I think, is something that they would have to work out with as part of either the acquisition agreement or something that they worked out with DOB afterwards. But just because something has a violation on it wouldn't preclude Parks from acquiring it if it meets the other criteria.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cerullo?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. So obviously, from a sort of big picture point of view, the idea of finding opportunities for open space and green space is critically important, particularly in dense neighborhoods and neighborhoods that are underserved by public space. But a couple of questions. One, I want to say that I think the issue that Commissioner Benjamin raised about this process stigmatizing private property with no assurance that the city will exercise its right at any point is very problematic, because there's nothing, once this occurs, this is a sort of a stamp on this property that the owner will be trapped within, and the idea that they are unable to really do anything in fairness in terms the impact on the value of the private property is very real. And again, I'm not sure this could all happen instantly, and as soon as this approval, if this approval is granted, occurs, there could be negotiations and everything could be happening instantly. But the value of the property today will be very different than the value of the property 5 years from now. But the owner won't be able to really do anything, because who would want to take that burden on? So that's just sort of both process-oriented and perhaps philosophical, but I think it's a real concern. My question is, while this is the Parks Department making the application for the acquisition, the status and the ability to acquire with no commitment whatsoever that it will do it, there's no sense of whether the money is even available by the city to do it and what that means. Is there anything in this process that might enable another agency after the acquisition of an application by the Parks Department and success in the process to take that acquisition on behalf of the city? I don't know if that's ever happened before, but if Parks is approved for this acquisition and then determines it's no longer part of its priorities, or they only want this one parcel, and the others, they say to the city, they're all the city, we don't need these anymore, we've changed our priorities and there's no funding. Can another agency of the city use this acquisition process to take control or begin a negotiation, obviously, with the private owners to acquire the property?
I'll answer the second question first, which would, in short, be no. The property would have to be acquired for park use by Parks. The community or the capital budget proposal would also have to attach the CPC resolution that states, the criteria of the site that was decided upon, each site disclosed, and noting that the criteria must be met at the time of acquisition as well. So the parameters would have to be in the CPC report, and it would have to be, and so the acquisition would not be able to be transferable to another agency or for another use. For your first question, I will flag the point you made about your concern about stigmatizing private property. I will also note that each individual owner, it's required as under law that they be noticed of this intent by Parks to seek acquisition authority. So I just wanted to make sure that that's
understood. Clear. The concern I was expressing had nothing to do with whether notice would be provided to an owner. It's once the owner has notice, then that is and this process is public, there would be almost an obligation on the part of the owner at some point. If someone came and knocked on the door and said, I'd love to buy your property, and they did some search, the real estate attorneys looked into this and title people, they would find this approval sitting on the land. So my concern, I appreciate the process of an owner's notification, but it has nothing to do with the value of the property or the impact this will have on the property and the ownership rights, with absolutely no guarantee that the city is going to come to the table in any reasonable amount of time. So I definitely appreciate that. But a very different issue in my mind. My quick follow-up question on the second piece of this, which is this authority, this approval, if granted, provides only the Parks Department in terms of its acquisition authority. I hear you, I get it. That's comforting in one respect. But in the event Parks determines, for whatever reason, or the city changes its priorities and talks to all its agencies and has this authority, is there a process that would be able to modify? Is it a full-blown come back to the commission? Is it a full-blown certification again to transfer authority from an agency who was granted the authority to acquire land to another agency? Or is that a minor process? Does it happen only by the chair? Does it just get done in the city realm of things where the public is no longer or the commission itself, a participant in the process?
It would need to be a new full ULURP application.
That makes me feel better about that.
I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add about the first.
Well, I had just one clarification that I wanted to ask you, but also I'd note that given that this is Parks Department acquiring property for park uses, that you may or may not also be, have issues related to park alienation. And that's something that's a possibility. I can't say yes or no at this point.
Of course.
That would limit the ability to use land for non-park purposes.
And is that just when Parks gets this authority, or does the state then have to, is there a process in this, if we grant this authority to Parks, is that all that's needed to then consider it park land, which would then prohibit it from being alienated? Or is there another action at the state level that would be required to stamp it as a formal park, triggering the alienation?
There's no action at the state level that's required. What is required is an intent that when Parks acquires property, that it be considered and used as parkland. And if that's the case, and if they're acquiring property for park purposes, more likely, I can't say, look, standing here right now, because I haven't acquired anything yet,
of course,
that would necessarily attach, but if it attaches, it would attach automatically, based on how Parks acquires it, and not based on anything that the state does. I did have a question for you on the stigma thing, or just a clarification.
Sure.
Is your concern about use of eminent domain, or does your concern attach just because Parks has a potential to negotiate, a voluntary acquisition with a property owner? Because I can understand the eminent domain, sort of someone, won't know whether the city would take it or not, but when the Parks Department has authority to acquire something, they would just be someone out in the market, like another competing potential buyer who might actually even drive up the property values as opposed to drive them down, given if they're competing.
So this may be surprising. I am not concerned about the eminent domain piece of this, believe it or not, because I think the city likely might have the ability to seek eminent domain, and then we would have to worry about everything that happens at all times.
Right.
And so anyone's land would be subject to the concern I have, and we don't look at every piece of parcel of land thinking the city could come and take it, and therefore we should be worried about the stigma that's attached to that parcel.
Right.
In this case, we will be affirmatively, or we're being asked to affirmatively attach the right of acquisition by the government on a private parcels, that will sit there in perpetuity.
For 10 years.
For 10 years, okay, right, for 10 years, with no guarantee any action will take place in the 10 years. And what we are doing is literally freezing the property owner's rights for a decade to do anything of any value without another person who might want to take the risk. I'm not saying there aren't people out there saying, look, I'll try to, but it's like, what's the chance you're going to find someone who might want to purchase your land? People don't just buy land. It's not monopoly. And at the end of the day, the city can come in the next day. It can come in 5 years from now. It could come in 8 years from now. That's my concern. But that's the stigma.
Commissioner, let me just, if I may, in this situation, the one that Commissioner Cerullo is giving as an example, the city comes in, you want to not deal with the city, you tell the city just to go away, correct?
Right. Yeah.
There's not like you have any obligation there. So to you, I think the point that you were making, Susan, is that the city becomes like any other private player in the marketplace as a result of this action, if I understand it correctly. So you could have an MOU with a private entity, if you're a property owner, if you're one of these property owners, you could have an MOU with a private entity. You could know that the city has at least the ability to negotiate with you if the city wishes. And you could tell everybody, sorry, I don't want to do any of these things. I just want to hold on to my property. Or I decide I want to go to the city for rezoning I want to do whatever I want to do with my property. I have the right to do that. So, there's no obligation to ever even talk to the City of New York in this context. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's no obligation to talk. There's no obligation to notify the city, and there's no obligation to do anything with respect to this.
So on the point about the park alienation, though, because I think this is the key. Is there anything about this action that turns any of these sites into something that it is not already today? This is Commissioner Cerullo's concern, putting aside eminent domain. You know, if the Parks Department actually takes an action, makes it a park, well, then it's subject to all of the other rules to keep it from ever being a park. But is there anything about the acquisition authority that changes those legal rights? Because I think that would be important to Commissioner Cerullo's question.
And you know, alienation never attaches to privately owned property, so that gets rid of any alienation issue for a private party. And an owner can say, I'm just not interested in, I want to sell my property, but I don't want to sell it to New York City because I don't want to deal with them. And that's the end of that for parks.
I hear you. I'm just saying, and I really do appreciate the follow through and this subsequent question to get to address some of my concerns, and won't take much longer on this. I'm not so sure this is as simple as what is legal and what isn't, and the fact that somebody can say, I'm really not interested. There's a market-related issue here. There will be on these parcels a stamp that says the city has the authority to acquire this land for 10 years. And that alone, even if the owner says, I'm not interested, the city has the authority to come and be more aggressive about it, number one. And number two, an owner who might say, oh, I want to sell it absent from whether or not there is some stigma, which you said about parks and the alienation piece, that might not attach until parks does something more affirmatively as a result of the acquisition to make it a parkland where alienation is no longer possible. But on the market impact of this private property's, private owner's rights, there is a status on this land that sits on it that we can't deny we are creating with no obligation on the city to act on it. So if you think we could find a buyer of a parcel that is in this group, that 2 years after this approval, you're going to come in and say, yeah, I know the city has it, but I'll buy it anyway because I have a plan for it, because when the city knocks on my door, I'm going to say, no, thank you. I'm not sure I believe that. I'm not saying it isn't possible, but that's the concern that I have.
And we should continue this.
Yeah, of course.
And talk about, you know, parks can talk a little bit about their experience in acquiring property. Granted, this is a number of sites as opposed to one, but when Parks gets, or any agency gets acquisition authority for a identified site, there's also that same issue of, you know, the city has indicated it is interested. There is no negotiated deal at that point because they don't have the authority to have a negotiated deal. So they have an approval, it's out there, it attaches to something, and property owners sometimes sell it to the, you know, the city or Parks, but Parks has, you know, been clear with us that they lose a lot of opportunities because there's other buyers in the marketplace and they go out and if the owner wants to sell, they often lose to someone who can close more quickly than Parks can because Parks has not negotiated. So I'm not sure how strong how different this is, other than there's many more sites than there is in a typical, much smaller, you know, more focused acquisition that they typically do. But I think it would be helpful for Parks to give a little bit of sort of sense of their experience when they've even done just, you know, individual site acquisition approval authority and, you know, whether that's made a difference sort of in the marketplace, even for that just one site.
And thank you, Susan. I would say if part of this presentation, it's really a parks issue, not a DCP issue, was like many of our acquisitions, they are being done to facilitate the construction of 2 buildings of 500 units of housing. There's a plan. The city is linking the acquisition to a plan that is realized, and we're envisioning we want to turn it into a park, but we don't have any money, and we may use it, and we may use these 2, or we may not, we'll only use 1, but we might use all of them. It's the uncertainty, it creates an additional layer of concern than the typical acquisition that we would see, where there's a plan and there's an agency standing there saying, yes, we're going to do this, but we need to acquire this. So, again, anyway, thank you for the time.
You bet. Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you both.
Okay, Commissioner Marin.
Thank you, Chair. So first, I want to thank the department, and I also want to thank my colleagues for their concerns and criticisms, because I do share many of them as well. So they've touched upon most of the stuff that I was thinking about, but I want to concentrate on timing, because I am similarly concerned that we will designate these as sites to be acquired, so that we know that the Department of Parks has to negotiate. That's going to take some time. Then there's going to be the issue of dealing with the Comptroller's Office to get funding. That's going to take some time. So what does the department see as a timeline for the best case scenario once this action has passed and, let's take an empty city site, is available tomorrow? What do you see as a time frame for development of that park?
For an empty city site or empty private site?
Cities. I'm specifically speaking to city. It's a site that's available. It's a site that's not mired with any private issues. It's a site that the city readily has available to go. How long will it take for this, after this approval, for Department of Parks to have a park in that community built?
Well, the city would not need acquisition authority to purchase site that's already owned by the city.
Okay. So you have some sites here that are city-owned sites, correct?
They're all privately owned.
They're all private. Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
So then if they're private, what? Again, the question is the same. What do you see as a time frame for the development of a park at any time?
I think I'll defer to Parks on what the average time frame is in typical circumstances for going through negotiation, approval from OMB and all that.
That would be really helpful, because I remain concerned for 2 reasons. One is we historically have already sort of come down this road with the public place sites that we have in the city. We also had a green thumb garden litigation, I'm going to say in the 90s under Giuliani, where sites were slated for development and sites were slated for preservation of parks. And in that instance, sites that were slated for development remained parks, which was weird, and sites that were slated for preservation then became housing or some other built form. That leads me to then, of course, the issue that Commissioner Cirillo wrote up, which is, if now I am choosing this as a park, and in 5 years down the road, the administrations change, this commission changes, the mayor changes, what's to stop a new administration from changing what we've put in place?
I mean, I guess the administration could change priorities. Like I said, if another agency, like let's say HPD, wanted to acquire the site, like I said, they would need a full new ULURP and all that. But just as the site owner could sell to anybody else besides the city, I think Parks could also choose to not, or the city could choose to no longer pursue a certain site for various reasons, not only because it's, because priority changes or, budgets change, but also maybe they find that the site would be too expensive, or that conditions around the site have changed, or the site might no longer even meet the criteria, in which case they would lose the acquisition authority for that site as well.
I have one more question, but I think I lost it. If I remember it, I'll come back to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kermani?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to my colleagues for their very, very good questions, to which most I am aligned. So I only have one small comment because they were all asked, which is just on the site that was across the street from the NYCHA development. And I'll ask this of Parks too, just to be aware. Again, I think somebody else brought this up, that there are many a city plan larger that NYCHA is pursuing, and there are also many funded green space plans that NYCHA is pursuing, yes, on their own property, but I think it's important to, include NYCHA and its residents in any conversation about what's going on. And also to Commissioner Benjamin's point that many of these sites are shown today are in low-density areas. There are many high-density areas in these community districts that I think probably warrant some investigation. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Gold on Zoom?
Hi, thank you. Thanks for all the answers and, a lot of good questions in here. I guess taking a step...
One second. We're having a bit of an issue hearing you. I hear you in the background. We'll get the volume up in the main room.
Okay. We'll stand by.
Okay, while we're waiting, I'm going to go back to Commissioner Marin because he remembered the question that he was going to ask. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. So again, to Commissioner Cirillo's point about land swaps, we are giving the authority for acquisition. Once Parks, let's say, does the deal with the CVS and has land, they may not have funding. We talked about land swaps. And we're saying that no, because these were purchased for parks. But if the park is not built, then it doesn't become a park in the state's register, right? So what's to stop Parks at this point from doing a land swap in the future years saying, well, we thought that would be a good park, but it's not. So now we're going to swap it with health and hospitals, let's just say for argument's sake. What's to prevent that from happening?
Parks would not be able to actually purchase or acquire the site or, even start negotiations until they received approval from OMB for the capital funding.
Got it. So there would be some approval for monies up front for acquisition, not for development.
Parks can speak more specifically to that. I can't remember off the top of my head if it also, I do think it also includes the budget for development.
That's really key to have Parks explain that to us. That would really be interesting, because if that's the case, then some of my concerns, and I'm sure that some of my colleagues' concerns would go away, because one of the biggest things again is timing. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. How are we doing with Commissioner Gold?
Let's see.
We'll give it another try. We can hear him in Zoom on the YouTube, so if not, I will.
Okay, Commissioner, let's see if we got you. Go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me? How's that?
We can't quite hear you in the room.
No. Okay.
1 second. We are going to try this. We hear you on Zoom and in YouTube. 1 second.
Are we asking?
Commissioner,
Yes.
try it
Hi.
again.
Can you hear me?
No,
Do you
we
hear me?
cannot hear you.
No.
Oh,
Okay.
yes, we
Oh,
can.
yeah, no.
There we go. There it is.
All right, we're live.
Welcome aboard. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. A lot of good discussion, and thanks for the clarity on a lot of this. I want to take a step back though, because as I said, as Commissioner, each of the other commissioners spoke about, some of this is a little confusing or perhaps perplexing. So if we take a step back, which I think will make it a little simpler, what are we actually doing, right? There are two pieces here in front of us. One is, and this is, of course, review, right? So the first piece is, Parks plan for Parks to walk to, and that I get. The second piece where we're looking at sites, but if any of these sites were to come to a deal, they would have to go through the Euler process, as I understand it. What are we actually doing, right? We have a bunch of sites in front of us. Are we to Commissioner Cerullo's point, if there's potentially an overhang by naming sites at this point, are we doing anything, or is it about these are just maybe potential sites that Parks might look at, and if Parks does get to a successful deal, they still have to bring it back? Like, in other words, are we actually narrowing the field of sites that they can look at by having these sites listed, or no?
Please let me know if I'm misunderstanding the question, but the sites would not have to come back for Euler by the time of acquisition, as long as they were, part of this approval and continue to meet the criteria, either primary or secondary criteria. Okay. I guess the point of this approach is that currently, if Parks wanted to acquire and if they identified a site that they might be interested in, if it became available for sale, before they can even make an offer to that owner, they would have to come here and seek Euler for that individual site. And afterwards, the deal still may fall through for various reasons. The owner might drive up the price because, Parks has less bargaining power in that instance. Another buyer might make an offer that's much better on the site, and the owner might sell to that owner. So in order to sort of ameliorate the inefficiencies that can come with that process, this is meant to give the possibility so they could make an offer in the next 10 years on a site if it became available for sale.
Got it. Okay. All right. So then that sort of leads me to my second question. We spoke a little bit about the process. I guess what I'm trying to understand as I look at these sites, the primary I get, but on the secondary is, our site selection, the site selection here, has it been a function of this is, I know we put up some criteria. We said maybe it's underbuilt or underutilized, but has it been about this is a spot that could work well for a park and not really taking into consideration the real potential of being able to acquire? I mean, I guess I say that because I look at some of these things like a car wash, which, I don't know, rumor has it they're quite profitable, or a site with an Old Navy that probably has a long-term lease. And as we put those in front of us, or Wendy's for that matter, it seems to me like if there are ongoing businesses at these sites, do we have any reason to believe that these might be good sites that we could buy for reasonable numbers, or is it more about, are we doing it backwards, I guess is my question. Is it more about these are locations that we might like for a park, but you know what, I mean, realistically, if there's a 50-year lease on an Old Navy, we just, Parks just wasted a lot of time. So I guess I'm just curious on the thought process there. If we know.
I'll let Parks answer more specifically. I don't know, the extent of the research into, leases and whatnot that was taken for individual sites. I think the criteria of the site being underbuilt 50% or less was, the main indicator to Parks that the site might become available for sale or might be ripe for redevelopment.
Right. I guess the reason I asked the question is obviously if we all go through this process, we want them to be successful, right? Mm-hmm. And so it would be, I would definitely be curious as to, what that process is, what sort of driving the process, because as I say, a number of the pictures, particularly I think in Queens, right, when we had I think it was Queens where we had a hospital and a bank. It may have been Brooklyn. There's a lot that has to be done before one could, vacate that, and oftentimes those are more profitable. Okay, and then last, just to sort of fully understand, so the process, if they have this list, the process for buying is what? Is they then go to the owners and have these discussions, and if they get to be successful, they can find the funding. Is it sort of that simple? So perhaps there are parallel conversations, or I guess it'd be helpful to ask them. Yeah, yeah. I guess it'd be helpful.
I don't know if this answers your question, but as I was saying before, in order to make an offer, begin negotiations at all, Parks would need to have secured approval from OMB with the capital budget request. So, in that sense, I don't think the conversations can really be parallel.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's helpful color.
Thank you, Commissioner Gold. Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Yes.
Okay, great. Excellent. Thank you so much for the presentation and for addressing the questions. This has been very useful. I actually want to start by commending the city for taking a proactive approach to at least increasing the efficiency of these processes, acknowledging that we need open space. I've been highlighting how in recent rezoning proposals, open space deficit is a concern. So thank you so much for walking us through the process, both in the materials and in the presentation. Just really quickly, I have a couple comments. Perhaps when we see it again, it would be great, or unless you want to respond now, it would be interesting to see whether it's possible to have as another criteria, whether there's any community plans, either for parks or other uses for these vacant properties. You mentioned the community district needs statements, or the statements of community needs or district needs. But I'm also wondering whether there should be a direct engagement with the community boards, but also community-based planning organizations that may have plans for these sites via brownfield opportunity areas, even 197A plans, etc. I think that would be interesting just to understand, what's been the history, what's been discussed, not just whether the city has a plan, but whether the community has established a priority around them. One. Two, in understanding the list, again, thanks so much for the materials, really useful, really comprehensive. I would like to know which ones of these sites are presumed or could be perhaps be potential brownfields, just to understand a little bit, again, sort of like in granting acquisition power, where there may be additional impediments that we need to either consider in terms of the actual cost of remediation, but also maybe to strengthen the argument for having open space here as opposed to other uses that may require stronger remediation processes that perhaps are going to make them harder to redevelop anyways. And then the other one is, I'm wondering if, in addition to just kind of like providing this very good assessment of how much potential open space there could be for the city to consider acquiring these properties to develop that, what's the vocation of these sites? How many of them are passive versus, active? Like, just to understand a little bit, if this is sort of like the potential that the city has to acquire, what type of open space and how do the requirements or the differences, reflect into your own assessment? I think that would be really useful. Then just finally, I very much agree with the chair's question, the first question. I think it would bring a lot of clarity, and all of my colleagues' points and questions, which I thought also were excellent, some clarity in terms of, what is really the plan here, or whether, what are the resources and what are the expectations really here in terms of, okay, we're gonna provide this permission, but what are the expectations? Are the expectations, for example, that the first 10 parks in this community district or the X amount of resources, will be prioritized toward the sites that we are identifying right now, or some way to justify, why we're taking this action? The other question that I wanted to have is, I think the conversation has been really useful and has, I think, covered a lot of the angles or concerns, questions regarding the process. But another thing that I wanted to highlight in case you find useful is that I'm also concerned on the impacts on the market, but I wonder what happens if we grant this permission now, and these sites come back to us as part of a potential rezoning, which may change actually the potential of the site. Therefore, we could be having an impact on hindering the city's negotiation process to acquire them down the road. And so I'm assuming that by granting the city permission to acquire them, we're not necessarily excluding these sites from potential rezonings. But if that happens, then the opposite effect of what we've been discussing will happen, which is, we may be increasing the value of the property. And so I'm just wondering how you're thinking about it, or whether we can hear more about, how to, address this as the conversation moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all very good questions and points. I can't answer all of them, but I do have some responses, and I will try to go in order. So the first, thank you for your point about the need for open space in conjunction with city priorities for housing development and whatnot. And I just wanted to add that this approach is certainly meant to be complementary to those proposals, and providing open space for new and existing residents of housing is a driving mission here. Two, in terms of adding criteria that the site isn't subject to a plan by the community or by another agency or whatnot, I will I'll relay the point about the criteria to Parks, but I also will just note relatedly that we did ask Parks to do outreach to the community board, borough president, and council member for any of these applications with a list of sites. Three, in terms of whether the park would have passive or active uses, the Parks' process is that at the time of acquisition or after acquisition, they hold a community input meeting, and that the community speak into whether they want passive uses or active uses or a mix, depending on, of course, what's feasible on the site and the size of the site and et cetera. But the conceptual design will later be informed by what the community stakeholders say that they would desire in a particular park at this particular location. But the design options are meant to illustrate, the sort of the range of possible choices that the community might make later on. And I note your point about the brownfields, and that's a very good point, and we'll relay that to Parks, of course. And lastly, with a potential rezoning, I think you are right that we couldn't the owner of any of these sites could continue to do whatever they wish with their property, including seeking a rezoning. And we, the commission would have to allow that owner to seek the rezoning. And it's not that getting the acquisition approval for these sites does not designate them as parks. It's just saying that, Parks could begin negotiations on these sites in the future. So, we would have to consider the site based on its current status at that point of the rezoning as privately owned, and the owner, they would have to be treated like any other owner seeking a rezoning is I guess the point I'm trying to make.
Thank you, very useful. Look forward to discussing more as this moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Benjamin. I'm just going to ask you to keep it brief because we have a lot to get to today.
I think I've been keeping it brief.
You're doing great, and also just keep at it. Thank you.
I'll keep it really brief. We can just talk in private.
Oh, great.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll have plenty of time to talk about these. We're only at day one here, so thank you, Joy. Thank you, Commissioner Benjamin, and thanks to all the commissioners for their comments and thoughtful engagement today. But we obviously have a fair number of follow-ups here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this item is certified. Let's move on to the next item of the day.
The third item on our agenda is a certification of a disposition of city-owned property, special permits, zoning map, and zoning text amendments in the Bronx Community District 7. Our presenter is Camila Thomas.
All right, Camila.
Hello, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'll be presenting the Kingsbridge Armory Development Project. This is an application by 8th Regiment Partners, LLC, and the New York City Economic Development Corporation, EDC. The New York City Department of Administrative Services, DCAS, is an applicant for the disposition action. The development site is comprised of Block 3247, Lots 2 and 10, located in the Kingsbridge Heights neighborhood of the Bronx, Community District 7. The proposed development includes approximately 957,000 square feet of mixed-use development, including the adaptive reuse of the Kingsbridge Armory, a new 16-story building with approximately 500 affordable dwelling units, and approximately 64,000 square feet of public open space. To facilitate the proposal, the applicants are proposing the following land use actions: a disposition of city-owned land for both lots that compose the development site, a zoning map amendment to rezone the development site from C44 to an M14A/R72 or an MX district, 2 zoning text amendments to modify arena special permit requirements and establish an MX district, and 2 special permits to allow for an indoor arena and public garage. The development site, highlighted here in yellow, is located in the Kingsbridge Heights neighborhood of the Bronx. The area is in a residential neighborhood well served by public transit. The MTA elevated 4 train line runs directly east of the development site along Jerome Avenue, with the Kingsbridge Road station next to the development site. Other lines and bus lines in the area include the B and D subway line that run along the Grand Concourse to the east of the development site, and the BX3, BX9, BX28, and BX32 buses. There are a number of open spaces in the surrounding area, including the Jerome Park Reservoir, a water reservoir close to the public, St. James Park, an 11.4-acre public park, and Aqueduct Walk, a linear park south of the development site. Educational and healthcare facilities in the area include the Lehman College, elementary schools PS 86 and PS 340, the Walton High School campus, and James J. Peters Veterans Hospital. Land uses in the surrounding area include a mix of commercial corridors along Jerome Avenue and Kingsbridge Road, residential homes and pre-war buildings, and institutional uses to the north of the development site. The surrounding area consists of a mix of 1 to 2 family homes and multifamily residential buildings to the east, south, and west of the development site. Small commercial buildings with 1 to 2 stories are located along the south and east of the development site. Institutional uses or buildings with large footprints are found mostly to the north of the development site. The surrounding area is mostly mapped as R6 and R8, with commercial overlays along Jerome Avenue and Kingsbridge Road. R6 and R8 are both residential districts that yield to medium and high density buildings. The development site is currently zoned as C44 and is the only commercial district mapped within 600 feet of the development site or in the surrounding area. The Kingsbridge Armory therefore stands out in the neighborhood for its size, architectural style, and zoning. The development site is Block 3247, Lots 2 and 10, with a combined area of approximately 296,000 square feet or 6.8 acres. The site is bounded by West 195th Street to the north, Jerome Avenue to the east, West Kingsbridge Road to the south, and Reservoir Avenue to the west. The entire perimeter of the development site is enclosed by chain link fences. Lot 2, highlighted here in blue, is a 50,432 square foot parcel improved by 2 freestanding buildings, both operated by the New York State National Guard. The buildings were built to expand operations of the adjacent armory in the 50s and are used as office space and garages today. Lot 10, highlighted here in red, has approximately 245,715 square feet and is improved by the Kingsbridge Armory. The Armory is a vacant landmark structure built between 1912 and 1917. The Armory was designated as a landmark in 1974 and was occupied by the New York State National Guard until the 1990s. The Armory has an area of approximately 588,765 square feet with a maximum height of 141 feet. The largest space within the Armory is the drill hall, a 180,000 square foot column-free hall with a roof height of approximately 126 feet. The proposed development is the result of a 9-month engagement process led by New York City EDC. EDC launched Together for Kingsbridge, a community engagement process in 2022 to work with the community to create a vision document outlining guiding principles for redevelopment of the Armory. A request for proposals was issued at the end of the engagement process in 2023, and the 8th Regiment Partners LLC was selected as the winning team for their proposal to redevelop the Armory. The development site has been the subject of 2 prior land use approvals by the City Planning Commission, the first in 2009, where a previous applicant proposed a zoning map amendment from R6 to C44, a city map amendment to map portions of Reservoir Avenue, West 195th Street, and Reservoir Avenue, and West Kingsbridge Road, as parkland and a disposition of city-owned land. These actions would have facilitated the adaptive reuse of the Armory as a retail complex with community facility space and parking. The CPC approved the application, but it was voted down by City Council in December of 2009. The most recent application for that was subject to the development site was in 2013, with a proposal to reuse the Armory as an ice skating rink with retail and community facility space. The application proposed a zoning map amendment from R6 to C44, zoning text amendment to allow for an indoor arena through a special permit, and a disposition of city-owned land. Both the CPC and the City Council approved the application, but the development did not move forward at that time. Okay, the following slides will be showcasing some project area photographs. This first view is of the development site facing northwest from Kingsbridge Road. The development site is outlined in yellow. The second photo is a view of West Kingsbridge Road facing southeast from Reservoir Avenue. The project site is on the left. And on the right, you can see some of the commercial retail that's low density or 1 to 2 stories. This is a view of Reservoir Avenue facing southwest from 195th Street. The development site is on the left, and to the right are multifamily buildings. View number 4 is a view of the sidewalk along the southwest side of West 195th Street, facing southeast from Reservoir Avenue. The development site is on the right here, and on the left is PS 86, which is currently undergoing some renovations. Finally, view 5 is of the sidewalk along the northwestern side of Jerome Avenue, facing southwest from West 195th Street. The development site is on the right, and on the left, along Jerome, you can see the elevated 4-train line. The proposed development has 3 components. One, the readaptive reuse of the Armory. Second, a new residential building to be located north of the Armory. And third, public open space. I'll detail the 3 components in the next slides. First, the proposed development within the Armory. The Armory would be readaptively reused and reprogrammed with approximately 567,706 square feet of new uses, including a 17,000-person indoor arena, 107,631 square feet of other entertainment uses, 2,000 square feet of light manufacturing space with an additional 92,000 square feet of manufacturing space at the cellar level, 31,308 square feet of commercial office space, 95,590 square feet of community facility and cultural uses, and 248 public parking spaces at the cellar level. The proposal would require reconfiguration of existing interior spaces, including the creation of 2 levels above grade within the drill hole. Entrances to the arena and other entertainment uses would be located on all 4 building frontages, while other uses would be primarily accessed through an entrance on West Kingsbridge Road. The 17,000-person live event venue or arena would be located on the 2nd and 3rd levels, with back-of house, venue support space, and concessions located below on the 1st level. The diagram on the slide is a section running west to east, so parallel to West Kingsbridge Road and West 185th Street, and it's meant to illustrate how the proposed uses would be stacked or located within the Armory on different floors, along with existing floors, including cellar and basement, and the new 2 floors that would be constructed to house the arena. Vehicular access to the cellar parking would also be provided by a new 22-foot curb cut located on West 195th Street. The cellar level would also include a loading dock with 3 bays, accessible by a new 27-foot dedicated curb cut on West 195th Street. A dedicated loading dock with 4 bays for the arena would be accessible through a new 27-foot curb cut located on Reservoir Avenue. The arena would be designed as a flexible space that supports multiple uses in addition to concerts such as sports fields and markets. So the renderings that you see on screen are meant to illustrate how mixed the uses could be and how flexible the arena would be. So that includes flea markets, sports fields, again, like basketball courts, graduation ceremony, event venues, and concerts. To preserve the historic exterior of the Armory, there will be no changes to the massing or height of the Armory. Minimal changes will be made to the exterior to accommodate new signage, no required egress and ingress points, and vehicular access. As a landmark, modifications to the Armory are subject to review and approval by the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission. These visualizations on the slide show the interior of the Armory. The render on the left is showing the Reservoir Avenue entrance, which will be located to the west. And on the right side are some of the retail spaces that you will see along the main drill hall or main space within the Armory. That would include something like a market hall, retail, etc. For the proposed building, the New York State National Guard site buildings on Lot 2 would be demolished, and the lot will be redeveloped with a new 16-story, approximately 389,421 square foot building with approximately 500 affordable rental housing units, 20,751 square feet of retail, and 80 parking spaces. The building max base height, would be 125 feet before rising to a maximum building height of 165 feet. Building entrances would be located along West 195th Street. A mid-block opening on the residential building would provide pedestrian access into the Armory. Vehicular access to cellar level parking would be provided by a new curb cuts located on West 195th Street. And for the public open space would be located in areas west and south of the Armory along Reservoir Avenue and West Kingsbridge Road. The proposed open space would feature a variety of planting, landscaping, and seating with flexible layout suitable for varied programs and users. The applicant is coordinating with the New York City Department of Transportation, DOT, to improve a mapped but unimproved portion of Reservoir Avenue and West Kingsbridge Road as plaza space, highlighted in the site plan in dashed red line. The applicant is also coordinating additional potential public realm improvements for areas adjacent to the development site within the same block with other city agencies. To facilitate the proposed development, the applicant is requesting several actions.
I will describe each action in the following slides. First, a disposition of city-owned property. The applicant proposes the disposition of lots 2 and 10 to 8th Regiment Partners, LLC. The city would dispose of the site and enter a long-term lease for development and operations. A zoning map amendment proposed to rezone the project site, the development site, from an existing C44 to an M14A/R72 district. This MX district would allow for a wider range of uses, including light manufacturing. The proposed MX district will allow for an FAR of 5.01 for qualifying affordable housing, 5.0 FAR for commercial and manufacturing uses, and 6.5 FAR for community facility uses. The MX district allows for a maximum building height of 155 feet, but certain conditions would allow for a 25% increase in maximum height, resulting in a maximum height of up to 195 feet. The applicant notes that the proposed building would not exceed 165 feet to not overpower the Armory after guidance received from LPC and the New York State Historic Preservation Office. The applicant proposes two text amendments. The first, an amendment to zoning resolution section 74-182B to increase capacity of an indoor arena and waive all sign requirements. The current text for the special permit allows for a capacity of up to 6,000 persons. The proposed amendment will allow for up to 17 persons. The second text amendment is for zoning resolution section 123-90. This amendment would establish the proposed zoning district as a special district within Article 7, Chapter 3 of the zoning resolution. The applicants are also requesting a special permit to allow for an indoor arena with capacity of up to 17,000 people and modifications of signage requirements. The area subject to the special permit within the Armory is highlighted here in a red dashed line. The proposal would also include signage on the eastern, southern, and western sides of the Armory, with the western side signage facing residential areas. The southern side or southern elevation is currently being shown on the slide, with proposed signage locations outlined in red lines. This is the eastern elevation, again showing the location of their signage in red lines. And this is the western elevation, which will be facing existing residential homes. The applicant notes difficulties with compliance of signage requirements due to historic preservation goals for the Armory, as well as the uniqueness of the proposed uses. The proposed signage would exceed both area and height requirements. The Commission may permit the proposal and the special permit if it meets the findings on the slide related to use location, vehicular access, access to transit, parking, and proposed open spaces. The applicant is also requesting a special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 74-185. The special permit would allow for a public parking garage with capacity greater than 150 parking spaces. The proposed garage will contain 248 parking spaces and 13 reservoir spaces at their cellar level. Highlighted here is the area within the cellar that would be or is subject to the special permit. To permit this use, the Commission shall find that the proposal meets findings on the screen related to impact of the use in the surrounding area and traffic flow. As part of the application, the applicants were also requested to submit a racial equity report. The next slides will focus on key findings of the racial equity report submitted. The data from this racial equity report was based on PUMA 3706, which includes Bedford Park, Fordham North, and Norwood. You can see the map on the right here, highlighting highlighted with shades of purple and pink, and the development site is highlighted with an arrow. According to the Equitable Development Data Explorer, the median household income for this PUMA is $39,829, which is slightly lower than the Bronx and lower than New York City. For demographic conditions, as of 2020, the majority of people residing in the area are Hispanic or Latino with 69%. This is larger than the proportion in the Bronx with 55% and of New York City with 28%. For percent change in race and ethnicity from 2010 to 2020, the total population grew 6%. The Hispanic and Asian populations grew the most out of all racial groups. And for housing production, over the past decade, the area experienced a 9% growth in housing production compared to 10% in the Bronx and 9% in New York City. The proposal was also subject to the City Environmental Quality Review, SEQR. The New York City Office of the Deputy Mayor for Housing, Economic Development, and Workforce is the SEQR lead agency. A notice of completion of a draft environmental impact statement, DEIS, was issued on May 16, 2025. The DEIS identified significant adverse impacts with respect to air quality, noise, transportation, and construction. No other significant impacts were identified. Mitigation measures are identified in the DEIS and will be further explored in the final environmental impact statement. To summarize my presentation, the proposal is for the adaptive reuse of the Kingsbridge Armory, currently vacant, to include 17,000-person arena, light manufacturing, community facility, and commercial spaces, along with a new 16-story building that would be located next to the Armory, with approximately 500 affordable rental housing units and approximately 64,000 square feet of public open space. The proposal would be facilitated by the approval of a disposition of city-owned property, a zoning map amendment to rezone the project site from C44 to an M14/R72, 2 zoning text amendments to increase indoor arena capacity and establish the proposed MX district, and 2 zoning special permits to allow a public parking garage and allow for the proposed 17,000-person arena and modification of arena signage requirements. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We're going to start with Commissioner Benjamin because, you know, she was so kind in moving things along before. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you for the presentation, which was excellent. I had questions. Do these modifications to the Kingsbridge Armory site require an LPC certificate of appropriateness?
I'm not sure about appropriateness, but I believe they are required to do a binding report that would be issued before the commission votes on it. So it would outline their review and their findings on how appropriate it is for them, I believe, to do renovations on the Armory.
And then, so our approval would have the benefit of that, and it would be, we would need to act within that certificate?
I'm not entirely sure. I think maybe we could defer to the applicant when they come back, or we could get something to you in writing in terms of how do we work with LPC findings.
Okay, because that would be important in terms of the design issues mm-hmm. that they bring up and the special permit, particularly for the signage, and how the residential building, I assume that is also part of their review process, how the residential building will relate to the Armory itself.
Yeah, for sure. So the LPC is actually, and I should clarify, they're, as far as we understand, their main concern would be the Armory, which is the historic landmark. But they are looking at the entire site. So they are giving comments in terms of how, like you said, the new building would relate to the historic landmark and their open space as well. But we can get you answers on how we can work with them.
But it's more than comments. They'll give a certificate, and the applicant can only build within that certificate, is my understanding.
That sounds correct, but I wouldn't want to commit to anything because I'm not fully aware of everything.
Okay, and in terms of the exact layout and dimensions, when we were looking at Madison Square Garden and looking at the review of particularly the traffic and the trucking when shows are, particularly music shows are in, there is a significant issue there. And so I was really desirous of seeing a plan for how that, you said there would be 4 truck bays, but I'd like some more information on where the truck bays are, how that's going to work, how many and what size trucks. I mean, in Madison Square Garden, one of the issues was the trucks have gotten much bigger as the shows have gotten much more lavish, elaborate.
I think
so we didn't really see renderings of the interior, either for the trucking and that type of operation, but also for how the now 17,000 square feet are going to fit in the same space that previously only had 6,000.
Yes, so I think to be prepared, I laid out all of the floor plans. So if you like, we can go through them together. Here in the basement floor plan, it's not shown where the base would be entering from, but I think, let me see. Yes, so most of the curb cuts that would be allowing vehicular access into the site would be to the north, so like to the top of the screen. I understand from the applicant that they've strategically laid all the curb cuts to be on 195th Street because that is the site that would be the least historical in a sense. So all the curb cuts that you see that are pointing down would be
right, but they're closest to the residential as a result.
Yes, that is true. To the new residential, yes.
Right.
Yes.
And isn't there residential across on West 95th Street, 195th?
No.
Okay.
No, it's just 2 schools. That's still, impacted by them.
And I would still like a dimension plan when it comes in, when these trucks come in. They're very large. They spend quite some time unpacking them with all of the elaborate things that shows these days require. So, and it's a lot more than 4 trucks.
Yes.
So I'd really like to understand that whole circulation and how that's going to be accommodated inside. Because MSG can't accommodate them. They can't accommodate the height because of their bridges, but they also can't accommodate the number inside the loading docks they have. So they utilize the entire street. And if that's the case, I want to understand what street they're going to be using when they're waiting.
That's a great question. We can get you from the applicant some circulation and traffic flow diagrams that we received earlier this week that I think will illuminate a lot of in terms of what they expect. And if they
could do it as a dimension plan with heights, et cetera, that would be helpful. And last but not least, the housing that's being produced, only 25% of the housing is going to be available to people who are at the median income, according to PUMA, which is 39 and change. And only 25% are going to be available to people who make less than $50,000.
Yeah, that's correct. So they've outlined that 30% AMI or 25% of the units would be for 30% AMI, 50% AMI would be 25% of the units, and then 70% AMI for 25% of the units. Then,
right, it was 25, 25, 25,
yeah,
and 25.
Exactly.
But that doesn't seem to match the community. So I would just ask if the applicant could take another look at more closely matching the income of the people who are there so as not to add to the potential displacement.
Thank you for that point. Thank you.
Thank you. I said that's it for me.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let me go to Vice Chair Knuckles.
Thank you. So this is, Camila, this is technically not an upzoning, right?
No. because, so C44 has, already a residential, equivalent of R72. So it's sort of like a horizontal rezoning. What they would like to do with the MX district is allow for more, as I understand it, more light manufacturing space to be allowed into the armory. So it's not that they're upzoning per se, they're just allowing for more square footage in one of the uses.
And thus no MIH, applicability here.
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chairman, Commissioner Marin.
Thank you, Chair. Camilla, nice to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Benjamin asked about the loading docks, but you mentioned the ones on 195th Street. There's a huge loading dock with 4 bays on Reservoir. And from the position of those trucks, it's obvious that they have to back in. And I know you probably will not have the answer, but the applicant should be ready to discuss how do they think they're going to get those trucks in? And are they going to use some sort of flagging person to stop traffic? Because I can tell you that backing in on Reservoir Avenue, that 18-wheeler is going to take up all of Reservoir Avenue. So that's one of my concerns. The other question that I have is, is there any interplay from the residential buildings directly into the armory? And will the tenants have a use of the armory, being that they're adjacent to it as sort of a community facility?
Great. Thank you again for the comment on Reservoir Avenue. So I think the circulation traffic flow diagram that we'll give to the commission will clarify a lot of that, hopefully. In terms of any community residential amenities for the residents of the new buildings, I don't believe there are any, but I will defer to the applicant on that and seeing how there might be a possibility for that. I will say that they did leave a mid-block crossing, so what's in between the two buildings that look like they're two, but there's actually one. They do allow for more close access from 185th Street into the armory, which I think would be a plus considering, more access into the site. So we can get back to you on.
And the two more things. One is the public open space. If there could be sort of a blow-up plan of what's intended to go there, because right now what we see is just trees. So what is it that's adding to this area that's going to benefit the public and the community at large? And I just wanted to add one little bit of fact that nobody knows. From 1974 to 1984, this armory was used as a community facility. There was a gentleman by the name of Carmelo Size II who was once one of the leaders of School District 9 and didn't want to see the kids fall to drugs and fall to alcohol and all the vices that were out there. And this community facility saved 126 kids from falling to those drugs. I'm included in one of those 126. We were in a drum corps called the New York Lancers. And we used it, and we were, at that point, asking for this to be a community facility. So it's really ironic that 74, 84, 94, 2004, 2024, 40 years later, this is actually coming to fruition. I know there have been previous efforts, but I feel more confident about this one than I have about the others. Thank you, Val.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. Thank you, Camila. Without any further questions on this one, we're going to move ahead and certify it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, let's move on to item 4, since we are short a couple of commissioners to do the necessary. Let's go to St. Raymond demapping, and then we'll move on, take a slight detour in our schedule. Go ahead.
Sounds good. Okay, the 4th item on our agenda is a certification of a city map amendment in the Bronx Community District 11. Our presenter is Chaim Simon.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners.
Hello.
Today I'll be presenting the St. Raymond Ave demapping project in Westchester Square in the Bronx. The applicant, Blondell Holding Corp., is proposing an amendment to the city map to eliminate, discontinue, and close, or demap, unbuilt portions of St. Raymond Ave. The applicant does not have development plans at this time, but anticipates building an as-of-right development in the future. The development site itself is used for parking. Within the surrounding area, there is a mix of residential, commercial, mixed use, and industrial uses. The buildings are low-rise, mostly 1 to 2 floors, with some 3 to 4 floor buildings closer to Williamsbridge Road. Behind the properties on Blondell Ave is the MTA Westchester Yard, and the area north of Chesbrough Ave was recently rezoned as part of the Bronx Metro North project. Presented here is a section of the online street map tool. We are focusing on city map amendments in the area south of East Chester Road, north of Westchester Ave, between Blondell Ave and Waters Ave. This area is the MTA train yard. The focus of this application is St. Raymond Ave, which is highlighted in yellow. On either side of St. Raymond Ave are streets that have been demapped previously, and the two most southern streets highlighted on this map have been approved to be demapped but are pending filing. Here is an aerial image showing the built environment of the surrounding area. The low-rise buildings on Blondell Ave are visible, as well as the large train yard. Further from the immediate surrounding area, the Metro North tracks are visible in the top left of the image. And across the train yard is the Bronx Behavioral Health Center in the top right of the image. This image shows Blondell Ave facing southeast, and part of the development site is on the left. This image is showing Blondell Ave facing northwest. The development site is on the right past the blue garage building. This image is from the intersection of Blondell Ave and St. Raymond Ave, facing directly into the development site and the demapping area. And this image is taken within the development site facing northeast. The demapping area is in the middle of the image, highlighted in yellow there. This image shows the demapping area and the development site together. In addition to demapping street area within the development site, the applicant is also proposing to demap street area in the MTA's train yard. This is proposed to clean up the city map and to not leave a dead end on the map. This also makes the St. Raymond demapping action match the extent of previous demappings on parallel streets as shown earlier. This image shows in more detail the relationship between the applicant's lots and the demapping area. The applicant owns lots shown in blue on this image on either side of the map St. Raymond Ave. After demapping the larger area shown on the previous slide, the applicant would be able to purchase the area shown in yellow here and consolidate their lots. The applicant is requesting the demapping and acquisition of a portion of St. Raymond Ave. This would allow the applicant to combine several lots they own on Blondell Ave and build an as-of-right development in the future. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Great work. Questions here? Okay. Great. Pretty straightforward. Thank you very much. This one's certified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary. We moving to 6? Great.
Okay.
There are a couple of recusals on this item. Turning to the Vice Chairman.
Okay, we're going to jump ahead to the 6th item on our agenda, which is a review of a non-ULURP modification of a previously approved special permit in Manhattan Community District 5. Our presenter is Chelsea Evans. I'll just note Chair Grodnick and Commissioner Cerullo are recused.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is a post-referral presentation for modifications to the ground floor of a building at 383 Madison Avenue. This is a private application by JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A., requesting a non-ULURP modification to a previously granted special permit to enable the reconfiguration and redesign of the ground floor of an existing commercial office tower with ground floor lobby and retail uses. 383 Madison Avenue is located in Midtown Manhattan, Community District 5. This image is looking north. The zoning lot outlined in yellow on the map to the right is bound by Madison Avenue, East 47th Street, Vanderbilt Avenue, and East 46th Street. The development site and much of the surrounding area is mapped within a C53 zoning district in the Special Midtown District. To the south of the development site is the landmarked Roosevelt Hotel and Grand Central Terminal. Just to the north is 270 Park Avenue, which will serve as JP Morgan Chase's global headquarters. The development site was the subject of several land use approvals in 1999, which included a special permit pursuant to former ZR Section 81635 to permit the transfer of floor area from Grand Central Terminal to the zoning lot, as well as the modification of street wall height and daylight evaluation regulations to accommodate that additional floor area. As a condition of the special permit, the applicant's predecessor constructed a new entrance to Grand Central Terminal and made off-site, below-grade pedestrian network improvements in connection with the North End Access Project. In addition, non-bonus pedestrian circulation space was provided on the development site's frontages on Vanderbilt Avenue and East 47th Street. The majority of the pedestrian circulation space on site today is enclosed and functions as a part of the building's lobby. Here's a view of the existing ground floor plan looking north. The entrance to Grand Central Terminal provided on the development site is located on the corner of East 47th Street and Madison Avenue. It's outlined in yellow on this image. The current pedestrian circulation space areas are outlined in red. The area on this image that is highlighted in blue is the portion of those circulation spaces that are interior to the building. Here are two photos showing the existing conditions on East 47th Street and Vanderbilt Avenue frontages. The image on the left is the view along Vanderbilt Avenue looking north. The image on the right is of the corner of East 47th Street and Vanderbilt Avenue. And here are two more photos showing the existing conditions of the transit entrance. The photo on the left is one view of the interior of the pedestrian circulation space. And you can also see the escalator and stairs to Grand Central Terminal. And the image on the right is the view of the transit entrance from the corner of East 47th Street and Madison Avenue. We'll now walk through the proposed project. The primary proposed modification is the reconfiguration of the existing ground floor by replacing the existing enclosed pedestrian circulation spaces along East 47th Street and Vanderbilt Avenue with open public spaces that are contiguous with the public sidewalks. As you can see on portions of the ground floor facade on Madison Avenue, East 47th Street and Vanderbilt Avenue will be recessed several feet between structural columns to create larger circulation paths. The top image is an illustrative view of Vanderbilt Avenue looking north. The applicant proposes a 15-foot wide arcade that connects East 46th Street and East 47th Street. The image on the bottom shows the proposed corner circulation space where the facade is recessed further to create a more open condition. More than half of the public circulation space areas will remain covered and protected from weather by the overhanging portions of the building. Public access areas contiguous with public sidewalks will also be provided on the East 47th Street frontage, as you can see in the bottom image. The applicant intends to install signage announcing public access throughout the space. In addition to those changes, the applicant is constructing a new lobby entrance along Madison Avenue to account for anticipated increases in pedestrian traffic flows to the development site. And finally, the applicant is proposing a more visible entrance to Grand Central Terminal, which we'll take a closer look at on the next slide. Here's an illustrative view of the corner of East 47th Street and Madison Avenue. Under the proposed project, the transit entrance would no longer be enclosed within the lobby of the building. Rather, there would be a jewel box-like structure enclosing it, which aims to make the entrance more visible and accessible to those passing by. The applicant is requesting a non-ULERT modification to a previously granted special permit to update the previously approved drawing plans. In order to grant the modification, the Commission must find that there are no new waivers or increase in previously granted waivers, and that the proposal continues to meet the findings of ZR Section 81635. Findings 1, 4, 5, and 6 are not applicable to this application for the reasons detailed on this slide. Finding number 2 states that the proposed project represents an improvement to the surface and subsurface pedestrian circulation network provided by the development site and increases public accessibility to and from Grand Central Terminal. Finding number 3 reads that the streetscape, site design, and location of building entrances contributes to the overall improvement of pedestrian circulation within the surrounding area and minimizes congestion on the surrounding streets. On May 8th, 2025, Manhattan Community Board 5 voted 36 in favor with 0 opposed and 1 abstaining to approve the application on the condition that JPMC enhance the proposed appearance of the improvements to be more in keeping with a public amenity, whether through the use of varied materials, lighting, artwork, or plantings. In summary, the applicant, JPMorgan Chase Bank NA, is requesting a non-ULERT modification to a previously granted special permit to permit the modification of the approved plans at 383 Madison Avenue to facilitate the reconfiguration and redesign of the ground floor of the building. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner.
There's one, if from this It's provided in Grand Central Terminal. So if you go down those stairs that are provided in, that are currently interior to the building, I'm not sure quite how far in the tunnel it is, but they are down those stairs. No, I think it's managed by the MTA. It's not a part of the public space on the development site.
Turn on your mic.
Wait, can you hear me? No, want to come over?
You want to go to one of these?
Anyway.
Okay.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Mann.
So I just want to make sure I get the.
I'm so sorry.
I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Commissioner Mann.
I just want to make sure I understood the top lines here. So they're proposing to recess the building facade to turn portions of, the cantilevered, I guess, portion of the building along the sidewalks into an arcade. That area is currently required pedestrian circulation space or not? Did I get that wrong?
Yes, that's right. So there's a certain amount of square footage on the development site that's required to be public circulation space.
Yeah.
And so they're planning to maintain that. It's actually a little more than what they're proposing is a little more than what's required on the development site.
But so in whatever, 1999, when the approvals were granted, they had to set aside a required amount of pedestrian circulation space, right? And then they had some interior pop space. Is that right?
Right.
They're kind of the same thing. The pedestrian circulation space was captured by what was called a through-block connector, which is kind of a arcane POPs type, and that's what that was. An L-shaped through-block connection was like the POPs classification. And so, yeah, that accounted for the pedestrian circulation space requirements back in 1999, and they're essentially making that now unenclosed so that it can actually be properly used, because few people know that it exists unless you regularly use that entrance.
Okay, so they're unenclosing space that was enclosed and was required.
Mm-hmm.
And was there not required access through the building lobby down to Grand Central as well?
No, it was through this through block connection space that we're calling pedestrian circulation space. So it wasn't required to be within the lobby. It was required to be like in the footprint of that. And so it still is in the same place effectively. It's just being more publicly called out so that it's more legible and more usable to folks who, might not know otherwise it existed.
Okay, so thanks for clarifying. So that what they're proposing, if I'm understanding correctly, is just redesign the existing required space, not adding or subtracting public space?
I think technically it adds a little space to it, but yeah, that's basically the gist of it. Yeah.
Okay, got it. I know we saw in the 1211 6th Avenue, or one of the 6th Avenue buildings, there's some confusion about whether it was public space or not. We were, in our minds, clarifying the confusion that it wasn't public space and removing that, or we're not removing any required public space here.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Goodrich?
Okay, so my question is to confirm that we already have a public restroom in Grand Central, but obviously Grand Central has millions of people that come through. So it would be helpful if there's a POPs to have another public restroom. I'm a bit confused about, there's been a prior initiative to have most POPs have public restrooms, and apparently there's some that have a requirement for that, and I need a little bit more clarification. Because I guess for me, when I see a public space, and it's especially at a very populous area like this, it makes sense for those. It makes sense for all POPs to have a public restroom, but there's even more of a justification for that if it's going to be in Grand Central in a very, a place that has millions of people come through, thousands every day. So I'd like to know what the number one question is, what are the specific requirements for public restrooms in POPs? Because I know that some of them are required to have it, apparently, according to DCP.
And what can we do and what can we do for this particular one? Is there anything at this point for us to do to have it, because it just makes a lot of sense?
Thank you, Commissioner. And yes, I know that we're talking a lot about the need for public restrooms in the city, and I mean, I think we're all in agreement that we need to get them wherever we can, and the city is engaged in a real broad-based effort to find opportunities for public restrooms in public spaces and also in private spaces, where it's possible. The POPs regulations that are on the books today don't require public restrooms in POPs. Some POPs have created public restrooms, typically ones that, have come before us as a brand new POPs. They're seeking a special permit, for example. The site is, large and expansive and can be designed kind of from the ground up to incorporate a space like a bathroom. Obviously, I'm sure, you can appreciate a space needs to be able to accommodate the circulation and the plumbing and, needs to be well designed, especially public restrooms need to be, visible and safe and able to be well maintained. So some of our POPs do have them, where we've had the opportunity to kind of like work with an applicant from the beginning and ensure that it's in there, but it's not part of our base POPs regulations. It's something that's very much on our radar for when we revisit the POPs regulations. Hopefully in the near future. It's been about how long now? 2007 was when we did the last overhaul of POPs regulations. So, were we to go back and look at those regs again, that would certainly be something that we would be looking at. And I think we've heard from many of you that it's very much of interest. In this case, with the actions that are, being sought, we don't have the ability to compel the property owner to include a public restroom. So in this particular case, it's not part of the proposal. But I think we've heard loud and clear from you that this should be part of our conversation whenever POPs are coming in.
Okay, so let me clarify, because I asked DCP this before, and I know that there isn't any broad-based requirement, but one of the responses I got was that there apparently through I was like, I know I'm not making this up. POPs are required to provide public restrooms through other mechanisms such as special permits. So I guess that's what I was like. What's that?
Right.
And how can we get that? And in when we have these. Well, I know what a special permit is, but what's this specific mechanism where we can have more public restrooms for POPs? So that's what I was.
Right.
Hoping to get more clarification on, because it's not a broad-based rule, but apparently in some they may be required. And so I'm thinking if we have a really populous location like this, then why not this one?
Yeah. No, you're absolutely correct, Commissioner. And not to dive too deep into POPs arcana, but we have zoning POPs, the ones that are provided for in the zoning resolution, things like plazas and arcades and the like, and that's the ones. There have been hundreds of those created across the city, and that zoning does not require public restrooms. But there's another type of POPs. We call them expanded universe POPs, and they're ones that are created through mechanisms like special permits, as you said, discretionary actions that come before the commission, and those are the ones that we do have the ability, and the commission has the ability to ask for more. The zoning doesn't specify exactly what amenities should or shouldn't be provided, and again, those are associated with ground-up developments that can be designed to accommodate restrooms really from the get-go, as opposed to trying to squeeze them into an existing building. So so that's what we refer to when there are certain POPs that do provide those types of restrooms.
And this isn't that.
This is a different, as I said, this is a different type of POPs. There was a special permit associated with this building when it was initially constructed, but it's not the kind of special permit that I was referring to where we try to get a POPs, in a ground-up construction. So, here they're seeking a non-ULURP modification, and, what the commission is evaluating is, that the facts on the ground are essentially the same as when the special permit was initially issued.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, this would require a voice vote to send an approval letter to the buildings department to move forward with this reconfiguration. So I'm going to ask for a voice vote on the part of the commission to send that approval letter to the buildings department. All those in favor say yay.
Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed? I believe the yeas have it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, perfect. Thank you, Vice Chair. We are going to go back to the fifth item on the agenda. The fifth item on our agenda is a certification of a zoning map and zoning text amendments in Manhattan Community District 11. Our presenter is Jose Trucios. I'll note that Commissioner Cerullo is recused on this item.
All right, Jose.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Okay. Today, I'll be presenting MTA 125th Street and Lexington rezoning. This is an application by the Metropolitan Transit Authority, also known as MTA, for a zoning map amendment and to rezone the area from an existing C4-4D district to a C611 zoning district, and a zoning text amendment to modify Article 9, Chapter 7, also known as the Special 125th Street of the zoning resolution, and also to amend Appendix F to designate the proposed rezoning with mandatory inclusionary housing. The proposed development will be a 40-story, 400 feet mixed-use building with over 5,000 feet of floor area, square feet of floor area at a 15 FAR. That will include residential and commercial uses and create a total of 684 dwelling units, of which 171 will be permanently income restricted in East Harlem Community District 11. The proposed zoning map amendment included as part of the proposed actions that we just discussed will affect the entirety of Block 1773, comprising the tax lots Lot 20, 27, and 33. It's bounded by East 124 to the south, East 125th Street to the north, Third Avenue to the east, and Lexington Avenue to the west. Lots 20 and 27 are currently vacant, and Lot 33, located at the southeast corner of the block between Third Avenue and East 124, is currently occupied by the Fire Department, New York Station Engine 35th Ladder 1412 Battalion. There we go. The rezoning area is mapped with a C44D R8 equivalent zoning district and located within the special 125th Street district and a special transit land use district. The rezoning area is immediately surrounded. The immediate surrounded area is located in the inner transit zone, in which off-street parking requirements do not apply or are optional, and in the food retail expansion and support health program, or FRESH zone, which has the goal to promote the development of healthy stores in communities that provide a full range of grocery products. All right. Now I will walk you through each of the areas to clarify a little more of what these actions will be applicable to. Lot 20 is where the anticipated development will be located and is referred as a proposed development throughout the presentation and the land use application actions and materials. NTA acquired fee title of Lot 20 back in 2021, and a transit easement primarily located along Lexington Avenue when Lexington Avenue, associated with the expansion of the 2nd Avenue subway, was approved in 2021 by the Department and the CPC Commission. The Commission might recall that we later brought this same transit easement to expand and add additional space to the transit easement, with the vast majority of the transit easement are located above grade, above around 160,000 of the total 141,000 transit easement area. This transit easement is especially for ventilation, ancillary, and providing an entrance along Lexington Avenue, while the ancillary will be located along East 124th Street. All right. Because of the existing CELDA or zoning lot of development agreement between tax lot 20 and 27, they're considered a single zoning lot with a total area of above 78,000 square footage. However, they're two separate tax lots and might be developed separately. Lot 27 is privately owned, and in 2023, DCP approved a fresh certification and authorization permitting a high of 160 feet, which is 15 above, or 1 story above the permitted height of 145th within the special district and C440 regulations. On this lot, the image below, what you're seeing on the left side, shows a rendering of the projected development on lot 27 under the existing current zoning, and is anticipated to commence construction in the near future. NTA owns a permanent subgrade easement also on the portion of this lot 27, where it will provide ventilation to a tunnel and shafts connecting to the future Second Avenue station. That will provide that access to lot 20. Just a little more on the lot 27. The as-of-right development will include around 199 dwelling units, residential units on the 15 storage. It will include around 20% of those 599 dwelling units will be affordable through a program, not MIH, but Inclusionary Housing Program, or UAP perhaps, now that it's available for the development. The building will also include 20,000 square feet of retail. Of these 20,000, about 6,000 will be allocated to Fresh for what they had a certification and authorization back in 2023. Right. The rezoning area, a little more into this. As you can see, we have added also lot 3033, which is the FDNY lot. And what the applicant is proposing to map in here is an R6611, which is an R11 equivalent. Just quickly noting that in 2024, the New York State legislation amended the multiple dwelling lot to allow the residential buildings to exceed the 12 previous FAR under sentencing circumstances. This authority gave the department and also the City of Yes for housing opportunity, establishing the two new high-density residential districts, R11 and R12. The maximum residential FAR for R11 districts are 15, and for R12 are 18. This district did not have and do not have an immediate applicability and needed to be mapped by subsequent zoning actions like the one proposed today. Mandatory inclusionary housing will apply in both of the districts and expand the capacity where the city can handle it, tie density gains to affordability, and do so with smarter, more flexible design rules. All the core of the goals of the City of Yes approach to unlock housing supply by allowing more density where the city has already subway, commuter rail, and bus capacity meet at this block of 1773. More homes near transit, fewer cars on the road, and more affordable units is something that the applicant has indicated in the proposed application, emphasizing the need for transit-oriented development. Collectively, the rezoning area will be affected by the zoning map amendment and the tax amendment that is being proposed. I'll get into those in more detail in a couple of slides, but I also wanted to highlight that for the environmental purposes, the NTA assumes Lot 27 will revise the building plans that we just saw before and take advantage of the additional FAR if this was being proposed. The proposed zoning map amendment will be approved. Under the proposed rezoning, and if the owner of Lot 27 chooses to revise existing plans, The assumption is that Lot 27 could potentially include around or potentially add additional 200 units more than they're previously anticipated. So going for 599 to 804, of which 201 will be affordable through MIH option 1 or 2, since the proposed map amendment will require the mapping of MIH. This is not a condition of the proposed development, given that the applicant, we had no indication of Lot 27 revising these plans, but it's a possibility that has been assumed in the environmental materials that have been published and studied by the NTA. All right. Okay. A quick look to existing conditions on the lot. On the first photo, looking at the rezoning area from East 125th and Lexington, and the second from East 125th, and third looking away from the side to the rest of 125th Street to check and see how the immediate area looks. The first photo in here is East 124th Street and Enter Avenue, and directly looking in the rezoning area. All right. This application also includes a zoning text amendment that will affect the project area, including the Park Avenue Hub District. The applicable action that will affect the project area is also the Park Avenue Hub District. And that is only for some amendments that I'm going to discuss in a little bit, but I wanted to highlight the area and the proximity between the Park Avenue Hub and the new proposed rezoning and new proposed district, which is what we would aim to call Subdistrict B. All right. All right. A little more of the site context to provide more of what you discussed and walk through you guys. And on the right, having the development site, rezoning area, proposed development, and in total, the Park Avenue Hub District and the rezoning area being called the project area. All right, getting into the actions. The zoning map amendment to rezone the area from a C44 district to a C611 zoning district, RA equivalent, and to an R11 equivalent, will be located and applicable only to the rezoning area. The applicability in the permitted FAR being modified from a 7.2 to a 15 FAR maximum. The 7.2 for the C44D is the maximum residential FAR that could be achieved through the qualifying affordable housing or qualifying senior housing or through the visual performing arts bonus. A community facility of 6 FAR and a commercial facility of 5.4, which is above the 4 point that is typically allowed for C44 districts. With the VPA bonus, the visual and performing arts, they could achieve a 5.4. There are also some modifications on here that are being proposed specifically through a text amendment, but in general, the what is being proposed on 611 being the additional height, there will be no height restriction given because of the tower regulations permitted on C6 districts. And but if there was a height, it will be limited to the qualifying affordable housing for eligible sites, which is the around 405 feet that is being proposed for this development. Mm-hmm. All right. The zoning text amendment. So the zoning text amendment is proposed to modify the special 125th district, which was established in 2008, located in Harlan, created specifically to enhance 125th district as a vibrant mixed-use corridor, and it has already included here 3 sub-districts. So this, the core sub-district, the Park Avenue Hub District, and the Sub-District A. All of these have a particular goal for promoting development and also fit into the special 125th district. Just a quick look at recent developments within the special district. The first 2 are located within the core sub-district of the area. I just wanted to highlight that the first 2 are 17 FAR because it's a mixed use of commercial and residential, but it also had a zoning override through the State Department, ESD, Empire State Development? Yeah. Correct, thank you. And the other one being the National Urban League ESD development, also a request for an override to go above the permitted height and the permitted floor area for the development of these two highlighted projects. The Victoria project, like I said, has a 17 FAR, but it also has 200 apartments, 211 hotel keys, and a theater space on this, on the location, while the Urban Lee Empowerment Center has 171 units, and I believe these were financed through the New York State Homes and Community Renewal, also on another related funding from the state. The other project is the National Black Theater, was also subject to DCP actions back in 2017, came back as well in 2020, in 2021 for the VPA bonus, and I believe they're also doing an application for signage that we might be hearing soon. This is located specifically in Subdistrict A, which allowed the development to reach a taller height than previously permitted within the special district, and it will include around 222 units, of which 55 will be income restricted through MIH. And the last one being an as-of-right development located in 149th and East 125th District is outside the any sub-district, but located within the special district, and is immediately in front of our proposed zoning map amendment. That one includes 233 units. I don't know if those will be any of those will be mandatory and affordable in any way, but the development just acquired TCO as of 2025. All right. Now, a quick summary of the text amendment that will be modifying the specific actions or sections of the special district. The first one being the establishment of the sub-district, the applicability of district regulations, special floor area regulations, and special high and setback regulations, and kind of like grouping this to Appendix A, which is a district plan. The first one, the establishment of districts. You can see here how the text amendment is working. Is typically anything that is underlined is to be added to the zoning text, and it is struck out is being removed, and between the asterisks are what remains unchanged. And here we are changing essentially what it says, the existence of three districts and replacing it for 4. We're creating a new sub-district in the area that is being proposed to be rezoned. So 4 sub-districts are established with a special district and sub-district B. So that's the new sub-district in the new area that's being proposed. Boom, boom. And applicability of the special transit land use district. This is more of a technical amendment in here, trying to bring the Chapter 7 with what is typically reading in all the other special districts language that kind of like just signals that except as modified by the provisions in this chapter, any other things should apply. It's being added to the text because it didn't have it before, and it's a cleanup type of the text amendment that we're doing. Here's where, we are changing some of the specific things that exist already in the Park Avenue Hub District. The change in here is to reduce the existing non-residential floor area requirement. It's currently a 2.0 residential requirement. The NTA is proposing a 1.5 FAR non-residential requirement to build in the Park Avenue Hub District. This is also something that we have seen along East Harlem, but the ambition of Park Avenue Hub District was to include a little more of a hub for a commercial hub or other type of development in the area, and it was mapped in 2017 with a 2.0. In recent conversations with the applicant, they had indicated that the 2.0 might be something that they might have some issues with their proposed development and also the anticipated development in the future. This is for Park Avenue Hub District, and they are proposing this reduction. Yes. Okay. And it's also extending the Park Avenue area regulations of the non-residential requirement for specific certain zoning lots. And what they're indicating is to have this exclusion of the 1.5 of this reduction of requirement for zoning lots that include a transit easement that are applicable with the special transit land use district that overlaps 125th, and making this a optional requirement for those zoning lots. So it's a new zoning lot within the Park Avenue Hub subdistrict has a transit easement. It will be something that they won't have to adhere to. There are no other changes to the section for the maximum floor area in the Park Avenue Hub district. Just wanted to point that out. Everything else remains the same aside from that particular non-residential requirement reduction by half of FAR, and to include the language of the transit easements applicability. Now, 97-433, height and setback regulations in Park Avenue's Hub subdistrict and in subdistrict B. The same applicabilities that are currently existing for Park Avenue Hub district, the applicant is proposing to make those applicable for the new subdistrict B. And the language in here essentially is allowing that to be applicable to subdistrict by adding the new created subdistrict into the area. And we have put in there initially that it will be in any commercial district within subdistrict B with intention, and that was a recommendation of the department. The intention is that other subdistricts or the potential subdistricts can utilize the same regulations in the future. The only also additional edit to the existing text is the modification of the base height. The base height that is already in place in Park Avenue Hub, before it was 85 feet. The applicant is proposing to increase that base height to 125 for both Subdistrict B and the Park Avenue Hub district, bringing into alignment the text also and projected development for the 2nd Avenue subway station at 125th Street. And this is the amended special district plan with the creation you see highlighting here in gray of the new sub-district, the one that doesn't exist today, the one that is the projected rezoning area and where the development will be located. And last is the mapping of MIH, either option 1 or 3 or both being combined to be mapped in the area at the 60% AMI or the 40% AMI for the development. And just a quick note here for the proposed development. The proposed development will be over a 500 development, mixed-use development with 40 stories, 15 FAR, about 684 units. Of these, 171 will be affordable through MIH option 2, or they can consider, sorry, in here I say option 1 or 3 will be mapped. For the purposes of the environmental analysis, option 2 was considered for all the projected developments. And will include the subway station, the massive new infrastructure, 125th Street. All right. The application requires a racial equity report, which helps put the proposal into context with the neighborhood level socioeconomic data. And according to the racial equity report, the median income in Harlem is about $36,000, which is 50% lower than the median income in Manhattan and 40% lower than the New York City region. The displacement risk estimates compare level residents' displacement risk in New York City neighborhoods, and the index ranks neighborhood from lowest to highest risk based on recent population characteristics, housing conditions, and market pressures. On this index, Harlem falls in the higher displacement category, something that we wanted to know for the commission. The applicant says that this proposal will create new income-restricted housing, new housing to the area where is currently there's no housing and vacant, and also tied to the transit-oriented development. All right. The displacement, the proposed development, the population in Harlem is around 46% Latino, and from 2010 to 2020, the area saw a 47% increase in the Asian non-Hispanic populations and a decrease in the Black non-Hispanic population and 29% increase in the white population. While the population grew in Harlem by 4% from 2010 to 2020, the number of housing units increased by 30% in housing production in East Harlem, which is something that we have seen in the area with the sometimes complaints from the community board or so of the oversaturation of different programs or so. But in all terms, we're seeing a lot of housing production in Harlem, and something that keeps us, the city at work on this. In a summary, being the proposed action, the zoning map amendment, mapping the first R11 district as a standalone application in the area, and also the zoning text amendment for the special 125th district. And with that, I can answer questions.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm going to start with the Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Jose. My question goes to, I believe it's lot 27.
Mm-hmm.
That's on 3rd Avenue, right? Yeah. Most of it's on 3rd Avenue. Because the old path mark spanned both 20 and 27, did it not?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So do you know the time frame for the MTA with regard to this construction? Because assuming they proceed in the near future, I would think that lot 27 would naturally be a staging area, would it not, which is going to essentially prevent any development from happening there while this would be under construction. Am I wrong in that assumption?
The construction timelines that they have proposed are 2036 for this development, and for this one on lot 20, which will happen after the anticipated 2nd Avenue expansion is done. They had anticipated 2032 for that, and the development being completed at 2036. While the anticipated construction for lot 27 was highlighted as 2030, so like around 5 years from now. So the assumption would be that lot 27 will be complete by the time the NTA will start construction on the other lot.
And what's highlighted there is what is expected to rise on 27?
Correct. That is the asset right approval. As I also mentioned when I described the increase of the other units, was the part of the environmental materials that the NTA had included in this, in case the developer decides to take advantage of the new, if approved, of the new floor area, the new zoning district. But for this type of massing, we're highlighting what is anticipated to be beyond lot 27 as of the approvals that we have in the department.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Commissioner Mann.
Just a couple of quick questions. So is the idea that the MTA would seek the zoning entitlement and then RFP it out and put it on the street for a developer?
Correct.
So that they're doing this just well in advance?
Correct.
2036 was the build year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So they're thinking a long way ahead.
Yeah. The requirement for what I believe we will discuss with us is that they need the local approvals before any state approval or any type of finance committee for the development on this. So even before they can issue the RFP, they will have to get the approval for what will be developing in the lot.
And for the adjacent site, the one the Vice Chair was asking about on lot 27, they're not a co-applicant on this application.
No.
But they are being rezoned to the C611.
Mm-hmm.
So presumably they'll be the first to build.
If they choose to develop, I believe there have been conversations between them. This is also still, an application that is up to the whole ULR process and review, and we don't have any indication for lot 27 ownership that they will wait for this development, will proceed. Last I personally heard from the development of lot 27 was on December of last year when they presented to community board on their existing plans for the development.
Okay, and then just to understand the lot 27 development scheme, because I imagine that will actually happen before the MTA advances. Can you just refresh me on the bulk controls that we're putting in place?
For this? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for lot 27.
Oh, for the existing development, or for what
would happen under the proposal, the lot 27?
Correct.
Is there any distinction between the MTA bulk regulations and the lot 27? Okay, so the same tower rules, base height rules.
Correct.
Apply.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The only other thing it would be if there, there was a requirement for the non-residential, but they are not located in the Park Avenue Hub District, so it will not apply to them.
Okay, and there's I assume there's not a transit component to this, or again, I apologize, I may have just...
Yes, there. So this is where, hold on, let me just see if I can...
short nap during this section of the presentation, so I apologize.
Sorry. This is a Second Avenue Subway 125th Street station, what is being proposed in the area. So on Lot 20 will be the primary entrance, and I did mention that there is a sub-grade easement that is between Lot 27 and 20 that will be also added into this for ventilation.
Got it, but there's no MTA component on Lot 27?
Aside from the sub-grade easement that is between the private parties, right. No.
Okay, thanks very much.
Commissioner Marin.
Thank you, Chair. Jose, you talked about the need, and I know this is something that will be RFP'd, and the form will probably come back out later in more detail, but we're looking at that vent that is required at 124th and Lexington. Is there any more information on that other than what is depicted on here?
Yeah, so I can show in the previous one, that is a 2023 easement that was approved. So that is essentially what is on the gray area is all of the transit easement that was already allocated to Lot 20 when we did the application in 2023. So they indicated, pursuant to the Special Transit Land Use District, that they needed that space for the expansion of the Second Avenue Subway.
How tall is that, Jose?
160 feet. So it goes pretty much above what is currently permitted with the authorization for the height.
And is that just vent space, or is that going to hold offices and other ancillary spaces for the MTA?
My understanding is that will be only vent.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But it will be activated through, here in the development. The yellow piece in there is what it would be commercial space. So they are projecting that there will be some commercial space in that area of the easement to activate the ground floor.
That makes sense. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Other questions before we move on? Okay. Thank you, Jose. This one's certified. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to some pre-hearings.
The seventh item on our agenda is a pre-hearing review of a notice of intent to acquire office space in Queens Media District 1. Presenting for the first time to the Commission is Mary Charlotte Gidlin.
All right, Mary Charlotte, welcome.
You need a...
Not just because it's your first time.
So you were waiting.
Yeah, we were waiting for Commissioner Cerullo. We want him to get settled. Once he gets settled, then he'll give us a signal, a secret signal, when he's ready. And,
Just another moment while I...
Start charging his devices. See, look at that. He plugs in and things start happening. Look right to you. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and we're ready to go.
All right.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is an application submitted by the Human Resources Administration, the HRA, and the Department of Citywide Administrative Services, DCAS, for acquisition of office space of an existing commercial building in Dutch Kills, Queens. The site is located at 3328 and 3408 Northern Boulevard in Queens Community District 1 in the Dutch Kills neighborhood. The HRA is looking to sign a lease for continued occupation of both of these internally connected buildings. Their current lease expired in April of this year, and they're looking to renew on a 3-year interim basis while they search for a more updated space in the area. They've been operating at this location since the year 2000, and currently this site houses approximately 328 employees across several different programs. Generally speaking, the HRA carries out the administration of public service programs to provide New Yorkers with essential benefits. And in this site, there are several client-facing and internal programs. Zooming in, this is the site location and a map of the surrounding neighborhoods, including Dutch Kills, where the site is located, Astoria to the north, and Long Island City to the south. The site is located along Northern Boulevard, which is a 100-foot wide street, and it's on the same block as 3220 Northern Boulevard, which is another HRA site that contains additional public benefits programs. The site has great access to public transit. The M&R subway lines are located on the same block, and the N&W is located close by at the 39th Avenue station. The E, F, and 7 trains are all within a half mile of the site, and there are also multiple bus lines servicing the area. Vehicular access is provided along Northern Boulevard, and there are east-west bike lanes along Northern Boulevard as well. The project site contains a pair of commercial office buildings located on block 214, lots 240 and 243, in the middle of the 1,500-foot-long block of commercial and industrial buildings. This is an M15 zoning district, which allows for a 5.0 floor area ratio for manufacturing use and 6.5 FAR for community facility uses. It is located across from the Long Island City Special Mixed Use District, specifically the Dutch Kills Subdistrict, which promotes the development and expansion of the long-standing mix of residential, commercial, industrial, and cultural uses in the area. Consequently, you can see the surrounding area is a mix of light manufacturing, commercial, and mid to high density residential. This is a bird's eye view looking east down Northern Boulevard towards the project site. 3328 and 3408 Northern Boulevard are 3- and 6-story internally connected buildings. Together, they house approximately 104,000 square feet of rentable office space. The site is along Northern Boulevard, and it sits directly adjacent to the Sunnyside Rail Yard, which you can see behind the site in the photo. And here you can see the various commercial, industrial, and residential buildings that characterize the area. As I previously mentioned, these are 3- and 6-story internally connected buildings. There are staff and client entrances along Northern Boulevard, and this building is ADA accessible. The HRA wants to continue to occupy the approximately 104,000 square feet of office space here. And this office is accessible to the public during standard operating hours of 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. The site houses approximately 328 staff, and there are no agency vehicles at this location. Here are some photos of the interior of the space. You can see the main waiting area and an example of a staff pantry area. And here's an example of some cubicles inside the building. Based on the applicable fair share criteria, the space at 3328 and 3408 Northern Boulevard meets the operational needs of the Human Resources Administration. This location is a good fit due to its access to mass transit and its location along a major thoroughfare in Queens. So in conclusion, this is a notice of intent to acquire office space by DCAS pursuant to Section 195 of the New York City Charter to make use of the office space at 3328 and 3408 Northern Boulevard. And this requested action would facilitate the continued occupation of the HRA at this location where they have been since 2000. So thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I mean, I think I can very comfortably say bravo. Excellent first presentation. Well done. Let me see if there are questions before we pick this one up for public hearing on Wednesday. See that? Great job. Congratulations. Thank you. So we will, in fact, see this on Wednesday. So thank you, Mary Charlotte. Great. Okay, moving on. Next item is calendar number 8, which is 4211 30th Avenue rezoning. And the presenter is?
We are joined by Derek Jasmine, who is on Zoom presenting remotely. I'll note Commissioner Ramprashad is recused on this item, and this is a pre-hearing review of zoning maps and zoning text in Queens Community District 1.
Hello, good afternoon, Commission.
Good afternoon.
This application was certified on February 18th and is now back today for a pre-hearing. Next slide, please. This is a private application by CG Stone Realty, LLC in the Astoria neighborhood of Queens, Community District 1 to facilitate the development of a new 5-story mixed-use residential and commercial building with 39,900 total square feet, consisting of 30,200 residential square feet, containing 32 total dwelling units, including 8 income-restricted units, and 9,700 commercial square feet. Next slide. The applicant seeks a zoning map amendment from an existing R5 C12 zoning district to an R6A C24 zoning district, as well as a zoning text amendment to map MIH with both options 1 and 2. Next slide, please. This application was certified on February 18th, and on March 18th, 2025, Queens Community Board 1 voted 18 in favor, 6 against, and 1 abstaining a recommendation of approval with conditions, which included explanation of how construction would proceed while the grocery store remained in operation and concerns about noise during overnight construction in a residential area, a timetable for construction phases, traffic concerns and conflicts in the neighborhood from loading, product delivery, and cellar storage, a preference for local and union hiring practices, unit distribution in the development should not be skewed towards small units, family-sized units are needed to keep families in the community, and affordable units should include 40% AMI 2 and 3 bedroom units. Since no vehicular parking will be provided, more floor area is available for larger affordable units. Next slide, please. On April 3rd, 2025, the Queensborough President held a hearing on this application, and on April 14th, submitted a recommendation of approval with conditions, and these conditions included that there should be a minimum 30% goal to include minority and women-owned businesses, hiring of local residents, and working with locally based organizations and community groups for outreach and job fairs when hiring and contracting for this project. There should be quarterly reporting of these hiring initiatives to the borough president and council member until the hiring goal has been reached, and that the applicant team should follow through on community board's comments of keeping the affordable units under MAH option 1. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So we will pick this up for a public hearing on Wednesday. Unless there are any questions, and there are none. Okay, thanks very much, Derek. We'll see this on Wednesday. All right, Madam Secretary.
The ninth item on our agenda is a pre-hearing review of a zoning map and zoning text amendments in Brooklyn Community District 1. Our presenter is Jordan Fred.
Hello, Jordan.
Hello. All right. Good afternoon, Chair Gronick and Commissioners. I'm here today to give the pre-hearing presentation for the 347 Flushing Avenue rezoning. This is a private application by Flushing Condo Holdings, LLC, for a zoning map amendment from M12 to M15 and R71C24, and a zoning text amendment to map an MIH area in order to facilitate the conversion of 313 parking spaces, about 82,000 square feet of community facility space, and about 58,000 square feet of commercial space into 84 parking spaces, about 26,000 square feet of community facility space, and about 137,500 square feet of commercial space. This conversion would take place within an existing 8-story building that was constructed in 2022. The proposed actions would also bring a legal but non-conforming 30-unit residential building at the corner of Kent Avenue and Flushing Avenue into compliance. This building was authorized in 2004 by BSA variance. The project area is located at 347 Flushing Avenue in Williamsburg, Community District 1, Brooklyn. The application certified on February 3rd, 2025. Here we see a photo of the proposed project looking northeast from the corner of Classen Avenue and Flushing Avenue. The applicant is proposing the conversion of about 82,000 square feet of community facility space to 26,000 square feet, about 58,000 square feet of commercial space to 137,500 square feet, and 313 parking spaces to 84 within an existing 8-story building. The total FAR of the building would increase from 4.8 to 5.57, since most ground floor parking would be converted to commercial uses. According to the applicant team, the number of jobs on site would also increase from about 380 to 500 as a result of this conversion. Here are some photos from the interior of the building. On the left, the entrance to the building from Flushing Avenue opens into an atrium, providing access to several retail establishments on the first few floors. On the right, an office linked to the ambulatory healthcare facility that currently occupies the majority of the building's floor area. On the left-hand side are offices located on the 6th floor, and on the right-hand side are offices located on the 7th floor. As discussed during the certification presentation, these uses are currently non-compliant, and the current certificate of occupancy lists the 5th through 7th floors as an ambulatory healthcare facility with accessory warehouse space. The Department of Buildings attempted to send inspectors multiple times in January, but they were denied access, and the proposed rezoning would bring the existing development into compliance. The applicant is seeking a zoning map amendment from M12 to M15 and R71C24. The applicant is also seeking a zoning text amendment to map a mandatory inclusionary housing area. The applicant is requesting a zoning text amendment to establish an MIH area coterminous with the proposed R71C24 zoning district, ensuring that any future residential development on this site contains an affordable component. The site is non-applicant owned and no residential development is being proposed at this time. On March 11th, 2025, Community Board 1 held a public hearing to discuss this application, and on April 8th, the full board voted to approve the application by unanimous vote. On May 13th, 2025, the Brooklyn Borough President issued a favorable recommendation on this application. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to see this for a public hearing on Wednesday, and we will look forward to that.
All right,
thank
great,
you.
thank you.
The 10th item on our agenda is a pre-hearing review of a zoning map and zoning text amendments in Brooklyn Community District 2. Our presenter is Griffin Mills.
All right, welcome.
Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Garodnick and Commissioners. This is a pre-hearing presentation for 236 Gold Street rezoning. This is a private application from 236 Gold LLC requesting a zoning map amendment from an R6B to a C62A district and a zoning text amendment to Appendix F to establish a mandatory inclusionary housing, MIH areas with options 1 and 2. This project is located at 236 Gold Street between Concord Street and Tillery Street in the Bridge Plaza neighborhood, just north of downtown Brooklyn in Community District 2. These actions would facilitate a 14-story mixed-use building, including over 79,500 square feet of total floor area, with 114 dwelling units, 29 of which would be income restricted under MIH Option 1, and 2,000 square feet of ground floor commercial. The base of the building would be 105 feet and then would set back for a total height of 145 feet. The zoning map amendment seeks to rezone the project area from R6B to C62A. This would extend the current C62 zoning on Gold Street for a more contextual mid-block. The proposed C62A district has a length of 125 feet, which comprises the development site. The rezoning boundary is to the center line of the block. C62A districts produce high lot coverage 14-story apartment buildings set at or near the street line. The residential equivalent of a C62A district is R8A. The maximum FAR is 7.2 with MIH, and no parking is required for residential developments in the inner transit zone. The proposed zoning text amendment to Appendix F would map an MIH areas with options 1 and 2 for an area coterminous with the rezoning area. On March 19th, 2025, Brooklyn Community Board 2 voted 21 in favor, 11 against, and 1 abstention to disapprove this application. On April 11th, 2025, the Borough President submitted a recommendation to approve this application. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you. Well, we're going to see this one on Wednesday. We'll be able to pose questions to the applicant, and we're going to do that then. So thank you very much for that. It's very clear. Okay, next item.
The 11th item on our agenda is a pre-hearing review of a zoning map and zoning text amendments, special permit, and an authorization in Manhattan Community District 8. I'll just note there were letters and testimonies in your weekend materials. Our presenter is Aska Mohideen.
Hello, Aska.
Hello.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is a private application by Lenox Hill Hospital to facilitate the revitalization and enlargement of the Lenox Hill Hospital campus in its Upper East Side location at 100 East 77th Street in the Lenox Hill neighborhood of Manhattan, Community District 8. The application was previously presented at the February 3rd review session and is referred to the Community Board and then Borough President. This slide shows an aerial view of the hospital with north at the top. The development site, highlighted here in yellow, covers a full city block and is bounded by Park Avenue to the west, East 77th Street to the north, Lexington Avenue to the east, and East 76th Street to the south. The existing hospital buildings were constructed between the late 1800s and early 1970s and have been interconnected to function as a single hospital. But there are inconsistencies in elevation, with many of the buildings having long, narrow floor plates. Due to these constraints, operating suites are undersized, emergency services are limited, and most patient beds are provided in multi-bedded rooms. Altogether, the existing hospital stands at about 7.5 FAR. The applicant is proposing an enlargement and modernization of the existing Lenox Hill Hospital. Following the renovation, the hospital would provide 475 single-bedded patient rooms, state-of-the-art operating rooms, a new emergency department, and a dedicated labor and delivery wing. The applicant proposes to alleviate existing streetscape impacts caused by on-street ambulance parking and inadequate loading berths by providing new on-site ambulance space and appropriately sized loading berths. The proposed development would also include improvements to accessibility at the 77th Street station, at-grade sidewalk expansion, and additional covered open area at the intersection of Lexington Avenue and East 77th Street. The proposed development includes two components. On the eastern portion of the block, including the mid-block on East 76th Street, the existing buildings would be demolished to allow for construction of the new hospital building with efficient floor plates, an expanded emergency department, and industry-standard surgical suites and patient rooms. On the western portion of the block, the existing buildings would be renovated to seamlessly connect with the new building and meet modern hospital standards, including single-bedded patient rooms. By retaining these buildings, exterior and construction within the western portion of the block would be minimized, and the hospital would be able to provide uninterrupted care throughout the duration of construction. The total floor area within the proposed development, comprising the new hospital building and renovated existing buildings, would be about 1.3 million square feet, or 12.5 FAR. Of this total, approximately 600,000 square feet would be provided within the new hospital building, and the remaining approximately 434,000 would be provided in the renovated buildings to remain. As seen in this illustrative rendering, the main hospital entrance and lobby would be at the southeast corner of the site, fronting on Lexington Avenue. A new entrance to the expanded emergency department would be located at the northern portion of Lexington Avenue, and a new subway entrance would be provided to the southbound platform of 77th Street Station. This is an illustrative rendering of the new subway entrance. The applicant is proposing to replace the subway entrance stairs located on the sidewalk with a 14-foot, 4-inch wide stair on hospital property and add an ADA accessible elevator between the street and mezzanine levels. The southbound entrance will be made fully accessible with a ramp providing access between the mezzanine level and the platform. The new stair will be protected from the elements by overhanging portions of the new hospital building and include improved lighting and security systems. The proposed transit improvements have also been in consultation with the MTA. Above the podium, two building envelopes are proposed in this application, which are identified here as envelope 1 and envelope 2. The purpose of the two envelopes is to incorporate maximum flexibility for building design while providing two options for public review that could fit the required hospital program. Under envelope 1, the base of the new building along Lexington Avenue would rise to a height of 195 feet before setting back 10 feet and rising to a height of 436 feet, inclusive of screened and mechanical bulkheads. This portion of the new hospital building would contain 8 floors of patient rooms and several mechanical floors, while allowing for an efficient configuration of patient rooms with access to natural light provided along all sides of the building. Under envelope 1, the portion of the new hospital building at the mid-block could rise to a height of up to 210 feet, consistent with the highest floors currently existing in the mid-block portion of the development site. Under envelope 2, the height of the new hospital building would be lower than envelope 1 by 41 feet along the Lexington Avenue frontage. To accommodate the hospital's programmatic needs with a reduced overall height, envelope 2 moves some of that floor area to the mid-block instead. The envelope height along Lexington Avenue would be up to 395 feet, inclusive of screened and mechanical bulkheads. To the west, an approximately 84-foot wide portion of the new building would rise to a height of up to 360 feet. Under envelope 2, there would be 6 floors of patient rooms above the podium, in addition to mechanical floors. This portion of the building would allow for an efficient configuration of patient rooms with access to natural light and air along all sides of the building. The applicant is requesting a number of actions to facilitate this development. The first action is a zoning map amendment to rezone the mid-block from R8B to C18 and a portion of the zoning lot within 100 feet of Lexington Avenue from C18X to C19. The rezoning will allow up to 10 FAR community facility use along the entire zoning lot. The second requested action is a zoning text amendment for 4 amendments. The first amendment is to Article 7, Chapter 4, to create a new hospital special permit that would allow up to 20% increase in floor area for nonprofit hospitals within a full block located in an R8 or R10 equivalent commercial district, partially within the Special Park Improvement District. The second amendment is to ZR Section 66-513 to allow the new hospital special permit to be used in conjunction with a transit improvement bonus. The third amendment would be to ZR Section 9221 to allow the permitted FAR on a zoning lot partially within the Special Park Improvement District for which a hospital special permit is granted to exceed 10 FAR as long as the floor area within the Special Park Improvement District does not exceed 10 FAR. And lastly, an amendment to ZR Section F would map MIH options 1 and 2 over the rezoning area. The third requested action is the proposed hospital special permit pursuant to ZR Section 74-904 to allow a 20% increase above 10 FAR allowed on the site to 12 FAR. The special permit would establish a maximum zoning envelope and allow height and bulk modifications. The fourth requested action is an authorization to facilitate the proposed transit improvements. The proposed improvements to the 77th Street station would increase the capacity of the stairway entrance on the southwest corner of Lexington Avenue and East 77th Street by roughly 50%, provide full ADA access to a platform that does not currently provide ADA access, and improve pedestrian circulation by providing covered open area adjacent to the new stairway and street elevator. The applicant is seeking a floor area bonus of up to 0.5 FAR in connection with the proposed improvements to the southbound platform of the 77th Street station. A notice of completion of a draft environmental impact statement, or DEIS, was issued on January 31st, 2025. The DEIS identified significant adverse impacts with respect to shadows and construction noise. Mitigation measures are being identified in the DEIS and will be explored further in the FEIS. On April 9, 2025, Committee Board 8 voted 23 in favor, 4 opposed, and 1 abstaining to disapprove the application unless the applicant meets the following conditions. Applicant commits to a maximum height of 215 uniformly across the entire zoning lot, and no bonus mechanisms will allow an increase in height. The applicant commits to either, but not both, of the transit improvement and hospital floor area bonuses requested by special permit. The applicant commits to mapping the entirety of the zoning lot within a MIH area. The applicant commits to an accessible entrance to both southbound and northbound platforms of the 77th Street station. The applicant commits to permanent hospital use on the entire zoning lot. If the applicant sells the Park Avenue frontage for residential development in the future, the applicant will notify the public and commit to allocating 5% of the sales price for transit improvements and other community benefits to be determined. The applicant commits to providing parking on-site or off-site to accommodate staff and patients and visitors. And the applicant commits to request no after-hours variance permits in connection with this project without the prior approval of the Committee Board. On May 15, 2025, the Borough President recommended to approve the application with conditions. These conditions cover a number of topics, As it relates to the proposal, the conditions ask for a change to the ground floor to avoid ambulances backing out on 77th Street, a reduction in height to the maximum height possible without a significant reduction in hospital services, and in an effort to reach an agreement with property owners and commit resources for improvements to the northbound subway station. Additional conditions relate to providing good patient care, minimizing construction, and commitments to the community, and commitments about improved operations. The full list of these conditions have been included in your briefing package. In summary, the applicant is seeking a number of actions to facilitate the expansion and renovation of Lenox Hill Hospital with an updated emergency department, single-bedded patient rooms, and industry-standard operating suites. The proposal would also alleviate existing streetscape impacts caused by on-street ambulance parking and inadequate loading berths serving the current hospital. The proposed development would also include improvements to accessibility at the southbound 77th Street station. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thanks, Aska. And obviously, we'll be able to pose questions directly to the applicant on Wednesday, which is great. We have some advocacy from the community, which I certainly have taken note of, and we'll expect them to respond to questions that we will amplify in their direction from, some of these letters that we have, questions about height, need for beds, saturation, subway improvements, all those things, but I'm sure they're well aware of those issues, and we certainly will be asking about those on Wednesday. So, okay, with that, thank you.
The 12th item on our agenda is a City Council modification scope determination for the Atlantic Avenue mixed-use plan. The City Council proposes to modify the zoning text and zoning map amendments, and staff believe these modifications are within scope. Jonah Brogoff is here to present.
Hello, Jonah.
Good afternoon.
All right. Yep, as I said, we're here back for a scope determination for the City Council's modification to the Atlantic Avenue mixed-use plan, or AMUP. As a quick reminder, AMUP includes zoning map changes to promote housing and jobs, text amendments to establish a special district in map MIH, and site-specific UDAP disposition and acquisition actions to unlock affordable housing opportunities on public sites. First, we'd like to share the modifications to the zoning map amendment, which affect two areas shown in dashed lines. A non-contiguous area by 6th Avenue, Dean and Bergen Streets to the west, and a mid-block loft building area to the east between Classen and Franklin Avenues. So starting with the first modification, this relates to a cluster of multi-story loft buildings occupied by businesses in a mid-block area outlined in pink between Classen and Franklin Avenues, which DCP proposed to be mapped as a pairing of M1, 2A, and R6A. Here in the dotted pink line on the bottom right, the council seeks to remove the residential district from the pairing and map as a standalone M1, 2A district. This change would preclude new residential use from being permitted, along with an FAR and height incentive for mixed-use buildings. And then on the top right, we just have a bird's eye view looking south at these buildings, which is centered around 1000 Dean Street. So next, there's a non-contiguous area by two HPD sites on Dean and Bergen Streets, where the council seeks to modify portions of the proposed R7D to R7A on the western side by 6th Avenue, and then keep the existing zoning of R6B on the southeastern portion, while maintaining the proposed R7D for the HPD sites. R7A would result in a slightly lower residential FAR of 5 compared to 5.6 for R7D, and a slightly lower height, just a reduction in 10 feet to 115 feet. And then R6B would be a slightly larger reduction with a maximum FAR of 2.4 and a height of 65 feet with qualifying affordable housing. And then with respect to the zoning text amendment, first, the council seeks to keep MIH option 1, but remove options 2 and 3. And this also includes minor adjustments being made to the map based on the modified zoning map boundary. So for example, the portion that's being modified to remove the residential district designation, we're also removing MIH since housing would no longer be allowed in those areas. So the last modification relates to the special districts bonus for public plazas, which would apply along Atlantic Avenue in the red shaded area and allows by CPC authorization up to a 20% bonus of residential floor area if a public plaza is provided along with a 25% increase in height. Here, the council proposes to increase the minimum size threshold for eligible zoning lots from 25,000 to 30,000 square feet. On the bottom right is a map showing the development sites analyzed in the EIS, with the sites in red no longer meeting the size requirement based on this modification. So at this point, I want to say that DCP believes that these modifications are in scope and for both the land use application and environmental review, and a tech memo has also been prepared for the EIS. Before moving to the last slide, I'll just mention, I'll just say here, this concludes the proposed modifications by the City Council. Additionally, we also want to update the Commission that the department is advancing a follow-up text amendment to the special district applicable to M12A R6 areas in Community District 8. As you may recall, in that area, mixed-use developments can receive an additional 1.1 FAR for all non-residential uses. So that's 3.9 FAR for residential, can go up to 5 FAR in total. And this is to encourage space for jobs, particularly in the mid-block areas. So in response to strong advocacy from the Community Board and the City Council to narrow the range of uses allowed in the incentive, we've agreed to undertake a text amendment that would limit 0.5 FAR of the 1.1 FAR to certain community facility, arts, production, and repair uses, as listed above, while also exempting smaller sites less than 10,000 square feet that might be unable to accommodate multiple uses. We expect to return soon to refer out the proposal, but wanted to share now since the tech memo for the EIS also includes the follow-up action. So at this point, that concludes the presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you, Jonah. So with the modification, the change in the overall number of units was what?
It was three units.
Did you say 3?
3, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I regard that as a pretty good outcome, so congratulations. Okay, let me start with Vice Chair Knuckles.
No, that was...
Oh, that was for Commissioner Goodrich? Okay, Commissioner Goodrich.
Thank you. So my question is about the affordability. This has always been my issue with this project. I voted no on this project. I love the idea of having obviously more housing, but I'm very familiar with this area and bringing, especially if they're city, some of them being city-owned sites and some of them not, we definitely need for the housing to be affordable. So one of the questions I want to raise, and this has come up, is the modification just mixing the deeper affordability? Because there's this, let you answer that.
Absolutely. So it's removing both options 2 and 3. Option 3 is deep affordability, but it's also removing option 2, which is a higher income band. So I can elaborate a little more, but that's kind of plainly what the City Council is proposing.
So the end result will be that the income bands will be for more higher income, right? Because option 3 was the deeper affordability.
I would characterize it more as it's kind of in the middle because we proposed options 1, 2, and 3, and the council is limiting it to option 1, which is kind of the middle income band.
Do you know why that is? Because from the information I have, there's this, the community board apparently is saying that they wanted option 3, and we're led to believe that the modification would include option 3. But in fact, I guess it looks like the city council is mixing that and wants to go with option one. So, do you know if there's any background to that, if there's any like rationale?
So I don't want to speak directly for city council, and I know that the council members worked really closely with some of those stakeholders leading up to the subcommittee vote last week. My understanding is that they felt option one, they meaning the council members felt option one better reflected the greatest affordability needs for for the income bands within the area, based on and that's coupled with the public sites, which are going to reach kind of the lower income bands, and they thought that there was also a trade-off with the depth and the amount of affordable housing, so that compared to the deep affordability option, option one would allow for 200 more affordable units, and at that 60% AMI, that would still reach a large swath of the folks who are in need of affordable housing in the area, according to the racial equity report. And again, I just want to caveat that this is our understanding of city council's decision, but I don't want
to. My face is more
to
the overall issue, obviously. Okay, well, I guess I'll make my statements when we vote.
Great. It's a good time to do so right now, because we're about to seek a voice vote, so now's the time. And it's, by the way, it's a scope determination on whether or not the thing is in scope. If you want to do it now, or we can do it when we actually do the voice vote, but we have other comments from others too, so.
There's, because thank you so much for all of your work. There's just been a lot of, there was a lack of trust here with this particular project, and for good reason. And in this particular one, they wanted, I know that the community board wanted deeper affordability, tenant, so we're not going to have a public hearing on this. If someone sent me a statement, so I'm just going to read it. What the city council voted on does not reflect the compromise position that our board was talked into 11 days ago. Now people in the lower income brackets, such as people who are most likely to end up facing eviction, will be completely shut out of every building that comes out of this rezoning, except for the 7 city-owned sites. And that's a community board member, Sarah Lazar, also a tenant organizer with Crown Heights Tenants Union. And I'm naming that because this was also my concern as well with just the overall, I mean, it's great that we have more housing, but I also don't believe in the premise of this housing policy that just says more housing in of itself makes it affordable, even if we have these income restricted housing that is for moderate income and higher income in neighborhoods. That this is one of the neighborhoods where it has one of the highest eviction rates, where there's racially disproportionate eviction rates as well. If you are, there was a study done, if you are in this neighborhood in Black, you're 3 times more likely to be evicted than a white person. So these are, wanted to name that and ask if before we submit this, I know that obviously when we have, it's just a scope determination, but are we able to submit anything so that we can signal to the council that we have these concerns? Or
I think individual commissioners can say whatever they like, as you have, but at this point, the commission is making a determination as to whether or not those specific changes that Jonah just outlined are within the power of the city council to act. So that's it at this point.
Okay.
Commissioner Mann?
I was just going to thank to the Brooklyn office. I know this was a lot of work to get here. I think the limited modifications the council made are a reflection of all of the hard work over many, many years. So I just want to congratulate you guys and thank you for all the work here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mann. I certainly echo those sentiments. You guys did a great job here. Okay, any other questions about the scope? Any other questions about the modifications? Okay, Commissioner Goodrich?
I also just want to point out, and I said this before, like very early on when I joined the commission, that when commissioners have questions or we have concerns about things, it isn't like a reflection. It isn't like a finger pointing at the staff to be like, oh, you came up here and you gave a presentation like we do it. Yeah, that's not what it is. I mean, this, at the end of the day, we're all commissioners and we're making votes about housing in New York City, so it's not a sort of like, and I hope you understand.
Yeah, and
I think everyone's smart enough to understand
if I could just say really quickly, like there's a lot more that the council kind of negotiated and was able to achieve with respect to way beyond the public sites, but tenant protections. And I think maybe we can share that offline. I don't want to dwell too much.
I'm readily well aware. I mean, the tenant protections part is something that I named when we voted, which is it's great to have, like, even as a tenant's rights attorney, it's great to have these tenant protections, but if we're going to have it because the actual affordable housing is too high for low-income people to afford, so then they end up getting evicted, so then we can say, oh, yeah, you got a tenant attorney, but yeah, we should deal with all of that in the front end, so that, you know, and it's, and so I'm pointing out that it's fine for commissioners, 1,000% fine commissioners to raise this without it being sort of like framed as like this is something that's an attack on like staff or something. So I just want to just make sure that that's clear, and you know that because I told you this before. Yeah, just so
for the record, I don't take it.
Everyone knows that. So you know, when we have questions and stuff, when commissioners have questions, this isn't like, oh, you asked 2 questions in a row. Your presentation was that. I mean, I just think that that's a little. That's not true. That's not true, but it's also kind of a little, you know, maybe I'll speak offline about that as well. But yeah, so those are my concerns, and I wanted to name them. I also live in this neighborhood, so it's very personal as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I will echo that. Obviously, that questions from the commissioners should never be perceived by the staff as anything other than going after the substance and caring about the issue. So I think that point is really well taken. And I'm sure you all know that, but I think it's always worth reiterating. So thank you for that. Okay, with that, I'm going to seek assent by a voice vote to send a letter to the council noting these modifications are in fact in scope. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay. Thank you, Jonah. Thank you, team. Great job on this. And we will look forward to seeing the council's final action here. So thank you. Okay, Madam Secretary.
Okay. Future votes for consideration on Wednesday, May 21st. First, we have 252 Benedict Road, CPC SNAD certification in Staten Island Community District 2. Briefing materials were in your weekend materials. Also for consideration on Wednesday, staff have prepared reports for North 7th Street rezoning. Okay. Post-hearing follow-ups. First, we have Bally's Ferry Point map amendment, which had a public hearing on April 23rd. There were letters, testimonies in your materials. Susan is here if there are any questions. Okay. Next, we have 47 Hall Street rezoning, which had a public hearing at the May 7th public meeting. Amrita is here if there's any questions. Okay. Next, we have Carmen Villegas Apartment Senior Housing, which also had a May 7th public hearing. Audrey is here to present a slide.
Great. Hi, Audrey.
Hello.
Oh, 1 second. We need Carmen Villegas up. 1 second.
No worries. Yeah. Yeah, you can swap if you.
Okay, let's swap it.
Tara's not there to do what she needs to do.
but we have it up on the screen. Commissioner Benjamin, we're gonna go off book. Oh, wait a minute. See, you were right. Bad things happen when I try to go improv style here. All right, Ezra, it was a worthy effort. Thank you. Audrey, hang. Yeah, we were going freestyle. Okay, we're back. Thank you and sorry.
Hello, Commissioners. I will make this. Hello, Commissioners. I will make this short and sweet. This is a post-hearing follow-up for Carmen Villegas Senior Housing. This is, to recap quickly, an application by HPD, Ascendant Neighborhood Development Corporation, Asylum Projects, and Urban Builders Collaborative for a zoning map amendment, a zoning text amendment to modify Appendix F and designate an MIH area, an acquisition of property by the city, and a disposition of non-residential city-owned property. And the proposed development is a 5.242 FAR, 28-story income-restricted housing building with 210 units, including 147 AIRS units, and ground floor community facility space for seniors in East Harlem, Manhattan Community District 11. And DCP has a staff recommendation, which is DCP recommends approval of the application and all proposed actions. Named in honor of East Harlem community advocate Carmen Villegas, the development will further New York City's fair housing and equity goals by repurposing an underutilized parking lot into a 28-story building with 210 income-restricted units, including 147 AIRS units. And the residences will be complemented by a community facility space for LGBTQ+ seniors and multiple outdoor areas, which are intended to unify Carmen Villegas apartments with the adjacent Casita Park senior development. DCP encourages the applicant and developer to work with Manhattan Community Board 11, relevant city agencies, and local stakeholders to ensure Carmen Villegas Apartments meets the needs and considers the preferences of the community from pre-development through project completion. Thank you, and happy to take your questions.
Great. Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Audrey.
Okay.
Lastly, for post-hearing follow-ups, we have the Midtown South Mixed-Use Plan, which also had a public hearing on May 7th. There were letters and testimonies in your materials. Ezra is here to present.
Hello, Ezra. All right. Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
You almost snuck in.
Yeah, I did. I tried. Let's see. All right. Now that the public hearing for MSMX is complete, we're going to be returning over the next few review sessions to answer questions and address items that were raised during the hearing. And for today's post-hearing follow-up, we'd like to take time briefly to respond to some of the themes that we heard on May 7th at the public hearing. And then at our next meeting on June 2nd, we'll also respond to questions the Commission had during our pre-hearing meeting from May 5th, plus any questions or comments that you have today. So to briefly table set, our agenda will cover our strategy and rationale for mapping R11 and R12 districts. Responding to testimony, we heard about density and avenue mid-block distinctions. We'll also present details on the southeast quadrant based on testimony we heard that was specific to that geography. Lastly, we'll do a deeper dive on landmarks in MSMX and how our proposal helps to unlock additional opportunities for individual landmarks to utilize their unused development rights. To quickly recap, MSMX is seeking a series of zoning map amendments and a zoning text amendment to create a new special Midtown South mixed-use district. The proposed zoning map amendments would utilize the new zoning districts created by the two most recent City of Yes initiatives, that is zoning for economic opportunity and zoning for housing opportunity. And the proposal would map high-density mixed-use districts pairing new M1-8A and M1-9A commercial manufacturing districts with new R11 and R12 residential districts. The R11 and R12 districts were created by City of Yes for Housing Opportunity following Albany's lifting of the 12 FAR cap on housing in New York City. And this will be the first time these districts will be mapped in the city, and we think that Midtown South is the perfect place to lead the way. The text amendment would create a new special Midtown South mixed-use district, which would include urban design regulations as well as incentives for transit, and public realm improvements. And the text memo would also map MIH district-wide, meaning that its affordability requirements would apply to all new residential developments and conversions. Taken together, these actions would result in a dynamic 24/7 mixed-use Midtown South with a projected 9,700 new homes and up to 2,900 of which could be permanently income restricted through MIH, as well as being home to the full suite of commercial and light manufacturing uses that do already call Midtown South home. So I'll pause here for a moment while we have the zoning proposal up on the screen to just touch on a point that was raised a couple times during the hearing. Several folks who provided testimony expressed concern about the plan being a blanket approach that treated all the MSMX districts the same and didn't account for variation amongst the 4 quadrants. As part of the planning process for MSMX, we looked at each quadrant block by block and lot by lot to evaluate the existing conditions and determine the best approach to meet the goals and objectives of the plan. You can see that the zoning proposal reflects the varying contexts and objectives of the plan with equally varying zoning districts. The 2 northern subareas, which are proposed for the highest densities, have the highest existing built densities and are surrounded by additionally high-density Midtown and Hudson Yards districts. The same goes for the portion of the southwest quadrant that adjoins Penn Station. The southern quadrants reflect variations in density, with the southwest quadrant in particular transitioning into the lower density areas of Chelsea to the south, and then the southeast accounting for the high-density residential areas along the adjacent avenues to the east. I want to remind the Commission that the existing zoning for all these areas is uniform today with a blanket M16 zoning designation. The MSMX plan is replacing that blanket zoning, which I think we all agree is outdated and not serving the area well, and puts into place more nuanced districts that respond to existing conditions and what we hope to achieve for each of the 4 quadrants. So we heard testimony at the public hearing regarding, again, the proposed R11, R12 densities, as well as how these new districts would relate to their surroundings. We want to spend some time discussing the rationale for higher residential densities in MSMX, how we came to propose the new R11, R12 districts, how we arrived at mapping them where we did, and also to respond to testimony that called for reducing the density of residential districts. So we believe that the R11, R12 districts are appropriate for MSMX. Many pushed long and hard to lift the 12 FAR cap on housing in Albany, both from this administration to local elected officials to housing advocates. As part of our years-long outreach and engagement for MSMX, we've consistently expressed our desire for the state to lift the 12 FAR cap so that we can map these higher densities where it makes sense, in centrally located, amenity-rich areas close to transit and jobs. There should be no surprise that this plan proposes to map these new zoning tools here, and our proposal aims to encourage a healthy balance of both ground-up redevelopment and residential conversions. In service of showing why we think this density is appropriate, it's worth noting that the surrounding area actually contains the highest density zoning in the city. Maximum permitted FARs of 30 and above can be found in Hudson Yards and East Midtown, both of which are on MSMX's doorstep. During the hearing, we heard testimony pointing to precedent where higher density zoning districts are mapped on avenues, while lower density districts are mapped on mid-blocks, indicating that the MSMX proposal should follow this condition and reflect this condition. First, I'd like to remind everyone how we arrived at the boundaries for the MSMX plan area. MSMX's 4 distinct areas, again, are all currently manufacturing districts where housing is prohibited. Our objective in looking at Midtown South was to address these outdated districts and reposition them for the future as mixed-use districts, namely by unlocking the ability to create housing. Every zoning district surrounding the MSMX plan area is already zoned for mixed use, so we focused our attention on these manufacturing districts. Some of these existing M districts are located in mid-blocks, while others stretch across multiple blocks, including avenue frontages. Again, during the public hearing, we heard testimony that pointed to the significance of avenue mid-block distinctions in zoning and suggested that the MSMX plan should follow this model. Of course, some areas of the city have clear distinctions between avenues and mid-blocks, either in zoning or built conditions, but we feel that Midtown South and its adjacent areas generally don't follow this model. Let's start by looking at these map zoning districts here. And you can see a number of areas obviously highlighted on the zoning map in yellow that show how Midtown and surrounding areas commonly have zoning districts that span multiple blocks across avenues and mid-blocks alike. The C64 and C66 districts that are outlined spanning from about Herald Square west to Hudson Yards are all similar density, and then the C52 and C53 districts that are in the bottom right hand of the image stretch north to south roughly 10 blocks from Madison Square Park up to 34th Street. And both between and surrounding the two northern MSMX areas, you can see that there's a C53 and a C66, and then even a C67 district that's not quite highlighted. They really blur the lines between Avenue and mid-blocks, ranging from roughly 34th Street and 6th Ave up to Times Square, and then points further west. Looking farther north and east towards the upper right-hand edge of the image, you can see that there's a large C53 district that spans several avenues from Lexington to Madison. Even on the left-hand side of the map, you can see more moderate density residential districts in Chelsea, where a single R8 district covers roughly about 8 full city blocks. But again, all zoning districts only tell one part of the story. Even where zoning districts on the map are different and appear to have avenue mid-block distinctions by virtue of having different mapped districts, the densities that they permit can actually be the same and erase any meaningful difference between avenue and mid-block areas. For example, we can take a look at the two southern quadrants of MSMX, which are highlighted as M16s. They're zoned M16 today, and they're separated by a narrow strip of C64X zoning along 6th Avenue, which is kind of in between these two highlighted portions. And so if you take that and then move east of the southeast quadrant, you can see the large C52 district that also spans multiple blocks. And all these districts, the M16s, the C64X, and the C52 allow for the same maximum densities and span an area of 4 avenues. So even with different zoning districts, there is no distinction between the density permitted, whether on the avenues or the mid-blocks. So we just saw that zoning districts and their maximum permitted densities frequently stretch across avenues and mid-blocks in Midtown South. The same holds true when you look at existing built densities of buildings, so existing built FAR, which is what this map depicts. This map depicts the as-built FAR of every building in our study area and surroundings, with purple and cooler hues representing moderate densities and warmer colors indicating higher densities. Yellow represents very high density buildings that are built to 17.5 FAR and above. You can see extended blocks of all yellow in the northwest area and adjacent areas of Midtown, and then ample examples of marbled pink and yellow, particularly in the northern quadrants, and then the southeast, along with its neighboring area north and surrounding Madison Square Park. The full blocks of all yellow are exceptionally pronounced at 42nd Street as you move further into the Midtown core. So this is to say that avenues and mid-blocks in Midtown and Midtown South have much more uniform densities than in other parts of the city. The image on the left shows MSMX looking north towards Bryant Park and Times Square. And then here we see consistently higher and denser buildings spread across the avenues and mid-blocks. This consistency in form is very much visible from this perspective with the image on the left, which contrasts with the Upper East Side, which is in the image on the right, which clusters high density along the avenues, an outcome that was directly driven by conscious zoning decisions to concentrate density there. So in some areas of the city, avenue mid-block distinctions reflect historic building stock and land use patterns, while in others, they do not. In MSMX, we're talking about an area of the city that has not reflected those distinctions, and that we believe that makes sense here. So this slide aims to put a finer point on the range of existing mid-block densities in MSMX, where buildings routinely approach 20 FAR. This reflects the muscular, high street wall loft buildings that predominate here, and it informed our density and urban design approach to the MSMX plan. The southeast area, which is shown on the right-hand side of these two images, has even less of a traditional mid-block avenue distinction than the other quadrants because it's bisected by Broadway. This creates short blocks, many occupied by a single building. In the foreground of this right-hand image, you can see an example highlighted of a 20.6 FAR building that spans 2 wide street frontages and occupies the entirety of the mid-block, but feels part and parcel of its context and is a relatively common loft typology. During the hearing, we heard calls to reduce density for portions of Midtown South, either to recreate the Avenue mid-block distinction we just discussed, or in the case of the Southeast Quadrant, to reflect a lower density character and encourage uptake of optional zoning incentives, such as POPs, transit improvements, or transfers of development rights from landmark properties. We'll spend some time focused on the Southeast Quadrant to respond to these comments. So the southern 2 quadrants, which you can see in the inset map on the left, are clearly embedded in a more residential context than the northern 2 quadrants. This map shows where housing units are located, both in and around the MSMX plan area. And while there is a problematic dearth of housing in the entire plan area, you can still see pretty clearly that the 2 southern areas are generally more residential, both within them and in their surrounds. To put it more bluntly, we heard during the public hearing that the Southeast should be treated differently because it's not the same as other quadrants. It's actually true that the Southeast is different than other quadrants. We believe it's even better positioned than the others to immediately support more housing. It has benefited from recent and ongoing public realm investments along Broadway, an existing community of residents, including many in luxury buildings with no affordability requirements, numerous hotels and restaurants, grocery stores, and excellent access to open space at Madison Square Park, plus multiple transit options. Mapping MIH here would deepen the quadrant's dense mixed-use character and provide permanently income-restricted housing in one of the more desirable high-income areas of the city. As a cheeky aside, it's so amenity-rich and desirable that Jeff Bezos felt inclined to buy 5 condos here, all in the same building. So when discussing the Southeast Quadrant, the Commission heard that the proposed FAR is too high and should be reduced from R12 to R10. So that's a residential density of 18 down to 12. We've taken a careful look at this scenario and want to highlight that it would drop the number of homes delivered by a staggering 55%. This would be a missed opportunity to house an estimated 3,000 New Yorkers, an outsized share of whom would have access to permanently income-restricted homes. Dropping residential density from the proposed 18 FAR not only cuts housing across the board, it also means that entire projected development sites are no longer meet our criteria as being likely to redevelop. 6 of our projected development sites, for example, as you can see here with X's through them, would end up unlikely to redevelop in an R10 scenario. So the end result? A loss of over 1,700 homes in an area that's perhaps best placed to immediately welcome new residents. And again, a missed opportunity to introduce permanently income-restricted homes. So we obviously need a reminder that we're in the midst of a historic housing crisis and one that will only deepen absent bold action. Proponents of reducing density in portions of MSMX, whether it's the Southeast Quadrant or otherwise, suggested that the way to mitigate the dramatic loss in as-of-right units in an R10 scenario would be to lean on floor area bonuses in an attempt to make up the difference. Incentive zoning cannot and should not be assumed to pick up the slack to offset lower densities. The Commission heard suggestions that, for example, landmark TDRs could provide the balance between an R12 and R10 scenario. But there's simply not enough landmark floor area to make up that difference, and receiving sites are actually capped in how much floor area they could receive by landmark TDRs. Optional bonuses, while great to encourage some public benefits, are not the answer to get out of the current housing crisis. As-of-right development is the cornerstone of housing production in our city and can deliver housing most effectively and quickly. We've established why we believe R11 and R12 districts are appropriate here and make sense generally in Midtown South. These bonuses involve transactional agreements and discretionary approvals which take time and money and cannot be relied upon to counter the loss of housing through a lower density alternative. Even with an optimistic view of their uptake, we believe that it's unlikely most developments in MSMX would be able to maximize the amount of housing they could deliver if we rely on optional bonuses. On that note, we do want to talk candidly about landmarks and landmark TDRs, as there was discussion at the hearing about MSMX's impact on their viability to sell their unused development rights. We believe that the MSMX plan will engender a positive relationship between historic buildings and new development. So City of Yes for Housing Opportunity greatly expanded the range of eligible receiving sites for individual landmarks to sell their unused floor area and streamline the TDR process from a special permit to a certification to incentivize wider uptake. You can see here in a darker green the previous range of potential receiving sites under what was then a special permit regimen. The starred building is a landmark building. The darker green is the previous range of eligible receiving sites under a special permit. And then shown in the lighter green, the kind of lime green color, all the blocks surrounding an individually designated landmark can have eligible receiving sites. As we noted, receiving sites are capped in how much TDRs they can receive through the certification process in order to ensure new development is reasonably scaled. We also like to note that this framework does not apply to historic districts, just individual landmarks. So while landmark TDRs would be an impractical way to make up for an as-of-right density difference through reducing to an R10, they can have a key role to play in further expanding the number of homes delivered in MSMX. And in turn, MSMX seeks to provide them with more floor area to transfer and then a wider range of receiving sites. So we heard testimony that MSMX would greatly diminish the value of landmark TDRs and negatively affect landmark buildings in the southeast quadrant. We'd like to note that there are only 8 landmark buildings that are primarily within the southeast area, which are highlighted in this map in black with the stars in the middle. One has already sold its air rights to a projected development site, which is a marble collegiate church at the corner of 29th Street and 5th. But thanks to CHO, the remaining 7 sites, landmark sites, have many more options for receiving sites both within and outside of MSMX. So the lime green hatched area represents areas that are eligible to receive landmark TDRs from their nearest respective individual landmark. And just to underscore this, and like as we noted on the previous slide, the landmark can only transfer to sites that are on a block surrounding it. So for example, St. Sava's Cathedral, which is the furthest south landmark on this map, located to the to the west of Madison Square Park, they could not transfer their floor area, say, to a site in the lime green on 30th Street. You know, it would be limited to the surrounding blocks. Let's see.
Ezra, as you proceed, just keep an eye on the clock. We have a hard stop today at 5:30, just to make sure you know.
Okay. All right. I will power through this then. So just to underscore, sorry, got thrown off there for a second. The MSMX plan benefits landmarks by granting the flexibility for more potential development sites to sell to by rezoning the plan area to high-density residential, which gives them more viable options for landing sites. The MSMX plan also greatly benefits landmarks by upzoning them, which dramatically increases the amount of unused floor area they have to sell. This is a bit of an overlooked point. In our 10 scenario, for example, each landmark would have the same amount of unused floor area as they do today, whereas in the proposed R12 scenario, they would have more. Another important piece to highlight is that these TDRs and MSMX would be effectively used for the most high-value upper-level type units, such as penthouses, in new developments on receiving sites, because they'd be effectively stacking on top of the existing as-of-right development, which boosts their value and benefits landmark properties. And then just lastly, one of the other ways the MSMX plan aims to further support landmarks is through zoning and bulk flexibility. During the public review process, we heard feedback regarding difficulty of meeting zoning requirements when a development is on the same zoning lot as a landmark, and so we're proposing a commission modification to further address this. Real quickly, under the proposed special district text, 100% of the ground floor street wall must be located within 8 feet of the street line, but this makes it difficult, sometimes even impossible, for sites that are merged with existing landmarks to comply with these very strong street wall requirements. So our proposed commission modification is to allow additional site planning flexibility by exempting buildings within 15 feet of a landmark building from street wall requirements. So anyways, thank you for your time. Sorry for running a bit over, and we hope this has been informative. Look forward to answering any of your questions.
By my math, you didn't run over at all. In fact, from the moment I gave you a hard stop, you gave yourself 11 minutes of wiggle time. So let's go to Commissioner Benjamin. And thank you for that, by the way. That was really, really helpful and clarifying from what came up in the hearing. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was great. I have 2 questions. One, can we have copies of that which you were showing on the slides?
Yeah, the slides themselves, the script, all the above.
That would be great. And number two, when you showed the slide about the southeast quadrant, and you showed the, I think, 6 buildings that would not be redeveloped under the R10, are those buildings currently occupied by residential people, the soft sites?
No, not to my knowledge, not occupied by residents. They're just buildings that are built to a higher density than the others. Like the ones that wouldn't are mostly like surface lots, for example, or vacant sites.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Other questions for now? Okay, well, really helpful. I know we'll be doing more follow-ups on MSMX, but this is a good start here. So thank you, Ezra, and thank you to the whole team. Okay, with that, Madam Secretary, how are we doing in terms of the rest of our agenda today with our remaining 10 minutes?
There are no other items on the agenda.
Okay, well, that's good news. Thank you all for the time and attention today. We will pick this one up on Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock. And with that, we're adjourned.
The time is 5:20 p.m.
All right, thank you.